Our next speaker is Liberty Oyigbo, founder Citrak Solutions. Oyigbo Liberty is an experienced problem solver with a demonstrated history of works in the digital industry. He's skilled in advanced problem solving, computer networking, web development, IoT, and embedded systems. Electronics engineering. prestigious Lagos State Polytechnic, he has grown himself to be a force. Our next speaker is Liberty Oyigbo, founder Citrak Solutions. Oyigbo Liberty is an experienced problem solver with a demonstrated history of works in the digital industry. He's skilled in advanced problem solving, computer networking, web development, IoT, and embedded systems. With a diploma in electronics engineering from the prestigious Lagos State Polytechnic, he has grown himself to be a force to reckon with in the tech field, thus providing businesses with professional business development strategies and tools. In 2014, he led a team that won the first edition of Innovate Lagos competition, a competition organized by the Lagos State government to foster growth through innovations from young minds in secondary school. Out of about 400 teams that participated, his team came out number one at the end of the competition. In 2018, he made an automated changeover switch that makes life easier for users by regulating power transfer between multiple power sources. In March 2019, he came up with another system that allow users remotely regulate their appliances from anywhere in the world via their mobile phones. He was the overall winner at the TechPoint Inspired Technovation Challenge held on the 1st of June 2019. After facing many challenges, he was able to finally pitch his idea and was properly scrutinized by a panel of high-profile judges. He bagged home a scholarship worth of £6,000 to the University of Success and a cash prize of 70,000 naira. Another of his solutions was among the top 100 in 2020 Africa VS Virus Challenge, a program organized by various organizations to tackle the spread of COVID-19 in Africa and the world at large. The program attracted over 25,000 participants across the continent of Africa. Liberty is an ambitious innovator whose goal is to raise an army of innovators to help build the leading tech company in Africa that is capable of competing globally. He's the founder of Citrak Solutions, a digital solutions provider that makes it easy for businesses to transition online easily. Please make welcome Liberty Oyigbo.
Hello, and thank you for joining us, and welcome to the Citrak Summit 2021. Who is here with me? If you can hear my voice clearly, type it in the comment section. If you can hear me, type in the comment section. Amazing. Okay, so we have Language Arena. Good to be here. Awesome. Ebunluwa Dorcas. Good evening. Good to have you here. We have awesome. Elijah Otto. Thank you so much, Elijah. You're an amazing man. Thank you so much. Thank you. We have Ebunluwa Dorcas. Thank you. Giwa Biodun. Thank you so much. Can you all hear me? Fantastic. Precious Greg. Okay, I can hear you. Fantastic. A day's a favor. Amazing. Good to have you here. Hope you guys are doing great. Awesome. Atunke Fashina, I can hear you. Awesome. Amazing. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you guys for coming. We are 21 viewers right now. Thank you so much for joining. We have a lot in store for you today. There's so much in store for you. Wealth of knowledge from people who have, conquered the industry. They have valuable information for you. They have insights from the industry, and they're going to be sharing with you right from their heart. It's free of charge. We're all here to support ourselves, because we believe in ourselves. And I used to tell people, it's time Africans come together to solve, our own problem, and that is exactly what we're doing, sharing with you information that will help you. So today, we're going to have 4 different sessions. If you exclude this one, it will be 3. So briefly, I'm going to be talking about, what the new economy is, how it started, and all of that. And then after, we're going to have Mr. Emmanuel Akwe. We're going to have Mr. Emmanuel Akwe, and he's going to be talking about new economy sales strategy, and it's going to change your mind. It's a new economy. You have to target people in a different way. The attention span of people has decreased. You have to, market, sell to them in a different way, in an innovative way, and that's what he's going to be talking about. After him, we're going to have Patrick Dinfon. And Mr. Patrick is an amazing man. He's going to be talking to you about the new economy, new model. In a new economy, you need to have, a new model for your business. There's a new way of doing things, and that is exactly what he is going to be talking about. And last but not the least, for today, we're going to have Mr. Niyi Shuinka, the great man himself. He's going to join us, and he's going to be talking about free to fee in the new economy. He's amazing. He's fantastic. He has written a lot of books, and his book is, selling like wildfire. Is going to come here, and it's going to teach you how to transition from free to free, how to transform what you do freely and how to get income from it. So that's what we're going to be talking about. Hope you guys can hear me. Awesome, fantastic. Okay, so before we start, I would briefly like to talk to you about Citrak solution, that the organizer of this summit. Citrak solution is basically what we do is we make it easier for anyone to take their business online. We've understood the kind of problems that entrepreneurs and business owners and personal brands, the problems they face when they're trying to transition their business online, when they're trying to build a website, right? So we've come up with an innovative solution that makes it super easy. So instead of you looking for a developer that will charge you heaven and earth to build a website, we've pre-built hundreds of templates, and it's very easy for you to build your website. Just go to citraks.com, select any templates that you like. These templates are pre-built, professionally pre-built across the various industry. So all you need to do is pick a template, supply your details, and within a day your website will be ready. So that's one of the innovations that Citrak solution is bringing on board. And why are we organizing this summit? When you take a look at Africa as a whole, we are a people of resources. We are people of let me call it, we're people of energy, right? But we're looking for ways to transfer this energy into something kinetic, into something that is in motion, right? So we see people looking to go into business, ideas looking to reach people across the world, uniqueness from the African roots, looking to reach people in Europe, in Asia, and other parts of the world. And these people lack resources, they lack information, structure, people to guide them, right? And even resources like money and all of that. So we've come to see this, and we decided to come up with this summit to give you tools, right? To lead you to tools, to give you information from experts. These are people who are doing these things already, and they have wealth of experience, and they're going to be teaching you for free and how you can position your business, how you can position yourself, your personal brand for the new economy. Right, so that's what we came up with this summit, just to empower, to add value to our market, to add value to Africans, to add value to our people. That's why we came up with this summit. And so let's quickly go to the lineup for today. So the first one is going to be New Economy Sales Strategies by Mr. Emmanuel Akwe. He's going to really work on that. And then we have a New Economy Model by Patrick Dinfon, and then Niyi Shuinka, like I said earlier. So Now, quickly, what is the new economy? What is the new economy? We'll be talking about new economy, the new world, the new solutions, and all of that. So I don't really have much time, but let me quickly give you a breakdown. But before that, let me see if you can still hear me. Fantastic, fantastic. Awesome, awesome, awesome. You can hear me. If you can hear me, please type in the comment section so that we get started. Get started with the Citrak, with the new economy. Let me explain what the new economy to you and what you will need and what it's going to bring to you. What the new economy has brought, for us. Type in the comment section. Let me see. Let me see. Fantastic. Faith Okoyemi says loud and clear. Fantastic. Okay, it is Citraks. 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 Fantastic. Amazing. Amazing. Fantastic. So, what is the new economy? When people talk about the new economy, what is the new economy? Well, the new economy is not something specific, it's a buzzword. And this buzzword is used to represent a lot of things. But one of the things that it represents is the innovations that technology has brought about in a certain environment in a particular period of time, right? The innovation that technology brings about, right, in a particular period of time, right, in a particular environment. To explain that further, let me give you history to this. What happened before we this new economy. All right, in the 18th century, before the first, in the 16th, 17th century until 18th century, when we had the first industrial revolution in Europe, what we used to do as humans, what we focused on was living from hand to mouth, right? So we have families that they have a farm or they practice agriculture, and the reason why they practice this agriculture is so they can feed themselves, so they can they can grow a particular crop, and by the end of the year the crop has yield and they can harvest and have something to feed on, right? So that's how we're living. And the other thing was trade, right? So if you could feed yourself and your family and you have leftover, you could easily trade it with someone else. You could trade it to other countries, right? So the two major things that were happening before the 18th century was trade and living from hand to mouth. But humans realized that, okay, we need to step up a little bit. They realized that, okay, so if we're making sales, there's money is coming in, and money is coming in, I can become a superpower in my community, right? So they decide to set up a system, or how do I put it, a technology that will enable them to produce in large quantity. So that was the first industrial revolution. Now, what brought about that? There was an innovation. It's the we call it the combustion engine. So before the combustion engine, to create motion, we would use our hands. We would look for water, like waterfalls, to create motions and all of that, but it wasn't efficient. But when we discovered combustion engine, it changed everything. We realized that we could take coal, we could take fuel, and we could create motion. And when this happened, we started creating machines that could weave clothes in a very fast rate, and we could create goods at a very fast rate. We could create many goods at the same time compared to what we were doing before, right? So we could create food, we could produce food in a very large quantity, right? So it's not just me and my family alone, or just trading a few. We could create produce large quantity of foods, and we could transfer them, right? We could sell them to other countries, we could sell to our neighbors, right? So that was the reason why the first industrial revolution happened, right? It was people coming together looking for ways to optimize their production in order to be able to produce at a very large quantity. So that was the first industrial revolution. Now, after that, there was the second industrial revolution. Why was the second industrial revolution needed? Well, you see, before the second industrial revolution, when we had machines that produce in large quantities, what happened next was that when something gets spoiled in a particular machine or in a particular factory, you will need to meet the blacksmith, right, to replace it. So a blacksmith will have to create that material that got spoiled, right? Hit a metal and mold it. And it was very expensive. It was cumbersome. So we were looking for, so if I had a machine, and let's say I have a factory in here in Lagos, there's another factory in Abuja, right? So if a particular factory, my factory in Lagos, let's say something happens, it got spoiled, right? And the one in Abuja is still working, right? I would have to create I'll have to meet the blacksmith to recreate that thing that got spoiled, right? I couldn't easily get something from Abuja and replace what I had. So we had to move into standardization of materials. So that was when we were able to create different parts that we could, we could assemble, right? So this gave rise to, let's say, your bolt and nut, right? So if you have a bolt of a particular size and nut of a particular size, you could easily make something. And if that thing gets spoiled, you could buy another bolt and nut and replace it. So that was the second industrial revolution, standardization, right? That was the key, factor, of the second industrial revolution. So with that, we could at the same time maximize production. Why? Because once a particular machine gets spoiled, we could easily replace it. We don't have to wait for the blacksmith. We don't have to spend so much. So we could easily go to market and buy parts and assemble things and go into production. Now the reason for all of this is production, so that we can increase our output, so that we could ship to other countries, so that we could make sales, so that we could have a lot in abundance, right? So that was the first and the second industrial revolution. A third industrial revolution was all about it was a breakthrough in technology. Then we could now have electronics, and we could store information, data in silicon, right? So that revolutionized everything. That was the 20th century. It changed everything, right? We could create computers, and we look at the economy, the world, what is happening these days. Almost every human being, at least 80% of people living on the planet, uses one form of computer or the other. Look at you now, you're using a mobile phone. It's a form of computer, using to on this live stream you could see me, right? So that was the third industrial revolution. All right, electronics, we could store information, and we could transfer this information from one place to another. So you easily reach someone, let's say in Africa, you could call someone in Europe and all of that. But there's another layer to that, the fourth industrial revolution, or let me call it the internet revolution. And this changed the whole thing. The internet revolution was the peak, I mean, of the whole thing, right? So with the internet, it brought about so many things. So let me give you one thing to focus on today. We're talking about the what the new economy is, and we're talking about new economies. What I want you to look at today is the internet, because that's where we are right now. The internet, and that this brought about information technology, right? So that's the internet. All right, so the internet brought about a lot of things. So when I'm referring to the new economy, in my own perspective, I'm really talking about the internet, right? So now the internet brought about so many things, or the new economy brought about so many things, right? But before I dive into that, let me quickly remind you that while the industrial revolution was going on in Europe and in Asia, and in other part of the world, Africa, we're still living pre-industrial revolution, right? And right now, this is 2021. Other countries have moved on, but Africa, so many countries in Africa, if you go to the villages, you see them still practicing pre-industrial revolution. What do I mean? Well, you still see people that they cultivate a farm, right? And the sole purpose of that farm, or that agricultural the sole reason why they went into the agriculture is just to be able to feed themselves and be able to sell little, right? So they could get cash, and they could use that cash to buy other things they need. And guess what? In Europe, in the 16th, 17th century, this is exactly what was happening, right? So while we've moved to the fourth industrial revolution, or to the data or the internet age, Africa and Nigeria, some parts are still in pre-industrial revolution, right? Look at that. So we have some places in Nigeria like Lagos, Abuja, and other places already in the fourth industrial revolution. In the same country, in the same continent, there are still some people that are still in pre-industrial revolution, right? So there's a magic there. There is opportunity. So we didn't have to wait to go through the first, the second, the third, and all of that. We just jumped, right? And to blow your mind, we have all the industrial revolutions occurring at the same time in the same location, right? So in Nigeria, we have the pre-industrial revolution, we have the first, the third, and the fourth happening at the same time. So for you who is alive at this age, or who has access to this, this new economy, to the internet, this is, I don't know how to put it, but this is magic for you. This is magic for you. This is something that it's access for you, right? It's access for you. Fantastic. Okay, so fantastic, beautiful. So now, what does this new economy brings to us, right? This new, economy, this internet, what does it bring to you? I'm going to break it down into three parts, right? So the first one is power of information. The power of information, it entails a lot of things. For example, right now, I'm I'm in my house, and we have different people joining all over Africa, right? They can hear what I'm saying, they can see me, right? So that's the power of information. So information is no longer restricted to a particular set of people. Pre the internet age, if you want to reach out to people, it's either you go to the radio station or to the TV to broadcast, or probably you're sending via mail to reach a lot of people. But right now, at the tap of a button, you could connect to anybody anywhere in the world as long as they're connected to the internet. So that's the power of information. The power of information could also give you the ability to create movement, right? Movement like the NSAS, that's a movement, right? And we didn't have to, nobody went from house to house to say, oh, we need to do NSAS and all of that. It was on the internet. And people that, that gravitate towards that, picked it, right? They joined the revolution, right? So take a look at the Black Lives Matter. Nobody went out to hit gong and say, let's come out, oh, we need to do Black Lives Matter. No. So that's the power of information. Another thing that the power of information has brought is education. And that's one of the most beautiful things, education, right? So you could learn literally anything, right? You could learn important you could have important information, you could learn topics, you could learn things that are relevant in this age without you having to be there physically. You could go on Google, you could go on YouTube, right? And you could learn and have access to education and be educated. And you could transform that education into something productive. And that education could give you money, it will give you access, it could give you a lot of things, right? But all of this is made possible via the power of information, right? It's made possible because we are in the new economy. So education still, there are those that are learning, there are those that are educating. So let's say you know how to do something, right? Let's say, for example, you're very good with agriculture, you could rear, let's say, a particular species. You don't have to play a gong or write a letter to people to join you or put a phone call. You could or even organize a physical class. And take a look at the pandemic, it has even made things easy for us. We don't have to be in physical class, right, to learn. So you that you have a knowledge that you like to share with people, you could easily package that knowledge and you could reach out to a lot of people with it via the internet, right? So this is the power of the internet. This is the power of the new economy. This is what we could do with the new economy. People could learn, people could teach, people could organize movement around a particular subject. People could create a lot of things via the power of of information, because they could disseminate information to a lot of people at the same time without having to leave their home, without having to leave where they are, right, via the mobile phone, via the internet. So that's the power of information. And the second thing that it brought about, the new economy has brought, is infrastructure for okay, before I go into that, let me quickly go into decentralized and trustless system, right? So that's another thing that the internet has brought about, or the new economy has brought about, decentralized system. So when I talk about decentralized or trustless system, I'm talking about cryptocurrency, I'm talking about the blockchain. So now you could have money and nobody will, can track it, right? It doesn't have to be in a bank. It's in a decentralized ledger. And when I say trustless, I do not mean that you cannot trust the system, right? When I mean trustless, I mean that you do not have to, if you're Mr. A and you need to give money to Mr. B, you don't have to trust Mr. B, right? If you're Mr. A and you need to have transaction with Mr. B, you don't need to trust, right, Mr. B. Why? Because it's decentralized. It's unhackable, right? So we have the blockchain, when we're talking about decentralized and trustless system. So we have the blockchain, right? So this currently is powering the Bitcoin, is powering Ethereum and all this cryptocurrency, right? So now, apart from cryptocurrency, right, the power of decentralized system or trustless system is that we could have government, right? I know there are experiments and there are research going on in this area, and I know that in this part of the world we are not currently looking into that. But to blow your mind, there are research going on that you won't need to have a human president. So with AI, we could have a president who is a computer system, AI system, right? Thinking and making necessary decisions, right? And at the same time, you could trust that AI. Why? Because it's built on blockchain. Why? Because blockchain is a decentralized ledger. When I say decentralized ledger, I mean that it's not governed by anybody, but it's governed by everybody, right? So everybody could participate. Everybody could okay, fantastic. So everybody could everybody could monitor that system, right, without having to to ask the or to trust the person, or to say, okay, does it have a good reputation, what has it done in the past, and all of that. No, this is a system that is decentralized. Once you give it information, it carries out that information without error, right? So we have research going on in that area, looking to have governors or government systems being controlled by AI and blockchain. And what does that do? You no longer have to trust your governor. Your governor will be AI. It could be a robot. And once you vote, once it carries out, or once it's given a particular set of things to do, it carries it out, right? And another thing about decentralized system and the government is that now what we do is, okay, if there's a particular infrastructure that needs to be placed in a particular environment, so let's say we want to build a road, right? So what happens is the government will have to sign some documents and pay some money to some to the people that will carry out that particular project. So we have the government, we have the people that carry out the project, and we have the community. So the community pay tax to the government, and the government in turn pay the money to 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 the project handlers, the people that are handling the bridge, that want to construct the bridge, right? But if we have a decentralized system, okay, now that we have, okay, let me break it down a little bit more. Now that we have the governor or the government, right, having information and employing or having a project, and in this project we could have someone else who is taking care of the project, and the government is the one paying money, okay, paying money to the people that are facilitating the project. What we could do is what happens most of the time in corrupt countries is that the money that is being paid to the government is not being utilized to carry out those projects, right? And you cannot just ask. There's no transparent system to know about it, right? But if we have a decentralized system, what could happen? What could happen is instead of you or instead of the government paying directly to these project handlers, right, or project managers, it will go through a decentralized system. So you pay your tax, instead of paying the tax to the government, you pay it into a system. The system collates this task, right? That's magic. It collates the task and takes this money, send the part that is needed to complete a project, send that part to the project handlers, and they carry out the project. If there's a problem, you know that the problem is not with the system, but with the people that are handling the project. Look at that. You don't have to trust the government, to do anything. You pay your tax to AI system. The AI collects the money that be paid to it, sends the money to project handlers, and they build the bridge. And if there's a problem, if particular infrastructure that has been labeled done is not done, you don't have to hold anybody responsible, but the people that are handling the project, right? So that's the power of decentralized system. That's the power of decentralized system. And the last thing is infrastructure for innovative solution, and that's very important. When I mean infrastructure for innovative solution, that's what the internet has brought about. So these infrastructure are infrastructures like e-commerce. Take a look at Jumia, for example, right? This is an infrastructure in an innovative infrastructure. So you could be in your house, take your mobile phone, look at a particular item, pay for that item, and get the item delivered to your house. That's an innovation. That's that's a system on its own that helps you, that helps the people, right? But what brought about this is the internet. The internet. So the internet serves as an infrastructure for innovative solutions like Jumia, like Udemy, like search engines like Google. All these are infrastructure, and without the internet, remember, we're talking about the new economy, and new economy basically is the internet. So without the internet, we cannot have access to all these things. We cannot have infrastructure, right, to carry out all these things. Like Jumia, I mean, there won't be any, it won't be e-commerce, right? Like search engines, like YouTube, right? All these are infrastructure. All these are innovative solutions, and all these innovative solutions are built on the infrastructure, and that infrastructure is the internet, the new economy. So when you talk about new economy, like I've explained earlier, is the internet. And the internet has brought about so many things, including so many things, and even to you who is in the third world country. Weeks ago, we heard about the collaboration between PayPal and what's it called? PayPal and Flutterwave, right? So look at that. So you could be okay. Before, we could easily sell products to people in Nigeria, right? But now that we have collaboration between Flutterwave and PayPal, you could have your product here in Nigeria and sell it to someone else in Asia, someone else is in Europe, right? All of these are the power of the new economy. So that's why it's very important for you to key into this. I'm not here to teach you like a specific, skill that you need to have. I'm here to expose you to what the new economy has done, what the new economy is, and what it has brought, for us, what it has given to us, even those that ordinarily will not be able to have access to these things, right? So you no longer have to be a rich man, right, before you blow, right? You could be anything, right from where you are, and you could reach the world. How amazing is that? You could have there's so many people just popping up, comedians, we have musicians. I mean, the entertainment industry basically in Nigeria. And what's helping them? The internet, right? So you could be anything, right? The things you've been dreaming of, you could start them. right? We have on fintech about two different solutions from Nigeria. We have Paystack and Flutterwave. Paystack was recently acquired, right? And Flutterwave, recently became a unicorn, right? So you could start anything, the things you've been dreaming of. Okay. What could be your complaint? Okay, let's say, what would you say? You don't have access to information, or of course, you have access to information. There's Google, right? There is Udemy. You could learn things. You could learn coding, and you could use this infrastructure, or you could use these things you've learned to build solutions around the things you love, around the things you've been aspiring to have. And you could take this information, or you could take these tools that you've built, you could take these innovations that you've built, you could take these solutions that you've built, and you could take it via the power of internet. You could distribute it to everyone in the world. You're no longer limited to your environment. You're no longer limited to your physical environment, to your country, to your state. You're now international. And this is what I love to tell people. No matter if there's something legitimate that you love doing, right? If there's something that is legitimate and you love doing it, and could become something, right? And even if it's just you that love doing that thing, trust me, there's someone else out there who is willing to partner with you, who also loves that thing that you do. All you need to do is speak out. Go on Instagram, create live videos. You have the power with you now, right? The internet is here for you. It's not against you. It's here for you. You could do a lot of things with it, the things you've been dreaming of. So that's why we have the internet for you, the new economy. And this is what all our speakers are going to be talking about. They're going to be teaching you different things to learn, like Mr. Patrick Ndifon, who is going to be talking about new model, Mr. Nishinka is going to be talking about free to fee, and all of these guys. All they're going to be teaching you are tools. They're going to be revealing, tools to you. They're going to be giving you information, access to information, what they know, and they're going to be teaching you how they've done it, right? And how you too, how you can also do it, how you can start from wherever you are and start something, right? This is the age of the underdogs, like Pastor PK would say, Kenneth Schreiner would say, this is the age of the underdog. Or sorry, my coach John Obidi, that's what he would say. The age of the underdog. This is, you're no longer limited. You have an ocean of opportunity in front of you. What will you do? Will you jump into it? Will you start that thing you've been dreaming of? You have access. Even if, okay, let's say for you to build a particular thing, let's say you want to build an app, right? You want to build an application, or what you have, the idea that you have would only go out through application, a mobile application, or through a website, and you're just starting. You don't have any access, you don't have information, you don't have tools, you don't have all of these things. But you could start from somewhere. You could go on. Let's say you can't pay for Udemy, or you can buy courses, right? But YouTube is free, right? You could start learning. In 6 months, you would have gotten somewhere, right? In a year, you would have gotten somewhere. In 4 years, you would have built something. But the journey of 1,000 miles has to start with a single step. It has to start with somewhere, start from somewhere. So where are you starting from, right? So that is all I want to talk to you about today, the new economy, what it has opened up for us, especially us in Africa, in third world, and what we can do, the steps we can take, right? What the new economy means, right? So that's basically it. Okay, fantastic. So let's quickly let's answer a couple of questions. Thank you so much. I can see you guys. So if you have a question, probably, please can you ask in the comment section. Okay, let me quickly check. Awesome. Fantastic. Okay, so Humphrey AZ said, but the internet is making IP more difficult. Well, we're in a decentralized world now, but there are, if you're talking about intellectual property, if that's what you mean by IP, well, yes, in some ways, but you could still build some things. And when it comes to IP, it's basically the law, of the land, right? But if it's intercontinental, right, it's no longer about you now. It's not. Um, it depends on what you are building, right? So, what are you building? Is it a physical product? Right? Is he a product that is based on the internet, right? So you could still have IP if it's based on a physical product, but when it comes to the products on the internet, there are different ways to go about it. We have we have instead of intellectual property, there is what's it called? You could protect your name, right? You could protect your brand, right? So all of these are still in place. So okay, Helen Otowo says, what are the steps we can take in this new economy? There are a lot of things. It depends on where you're starting from. Okay, let me give you an example. If you're in school right now, if you're in school right now, or you just left school, or you're about going to school, or you're just looking to start, this is what you can do. If you do not have, a particular skill, right? You've not learned a particular skill, this is what you can do. You have a phone, you have a mobile phone, right? I mean, this is how I started in 2015, in 2016, when I was still learning web design. I didn't pay for a master, I didn't pay for a class, right? I made YouTube, Google, my friend. I remember the first, let me give you the first book I got was, I think, Programming for Dummies, right? For them, because I didn't understand what this thing was. I wasn't taught programming in my school, right? I had to start from the basics, and that can work for you to start from the basics. Start from the little you can do. You have YouTube. Go on YouTube. Whatever you want to start, you first of all, you need to know what you want to start, right? Then you need to now take steps. What are the steps? Google, I go on YouTube, right? Let's say you want to learn how to design web. If you type on Google YouTube now, how to design websites, or I would like to learn CSS or HTML for dummies, it will bring it out. And these guys will explain to you step by step how you can accomplish and become probably a professional, right? But it all starts with you. Are you really willing to do it? So that's the step. Start from somewhere. Go on YouTube, search, know what you want to learn. There are different things you can learn. You might want to learn AI, you might want to learn blockchain, cryptocurrency, so many of them, programming, cloud computing. I mean, recently, I think cloud computing is the most needed job, right? I think in the whole world, cloud computing. You could start from there, right? And there are videos on YouTube that will explain to you this is how to go about it. But you have to start. How do you start? Search. The internet is your friend, right? Google is your friend. YouTube is your friend. Information is available free of charge. You don't have to, there's no barrier now, right? So okay, so okay, how do we protect our brand? Well, I'm not a legal practitioner. I'm not a professional in the legal area. If you want to protect your brand, you could meet someone who is more professional in that area. You could get a lawyer friend. Before you go, into protecting your brand, you have to have a brand. You have a brand. What does your brand do? How many people know your brand? What is this so important that needs protection? If you've answered those questions, of course, meet people who are good with in intellectual property rights, or people, legal practitioners, and they will help you with that. Okay, fantastic. Glory says, great to be here. Okay, don't wait to get it all right from the beginning. Start with the little resource. Fantastic. Um, First, no, okay, fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. What's your device? What's your advice for educators with respect to the new economy? Well, if you're an educator, I think most of educators that we have here in Africa, we're not really doing a good job, and we need to do more, right? If you're an educator, I think where you should start from is to hone your skill, right? Hone your skill, then start something, do a free course, right? When you do a free course, probably create a community around it. Give out this free course, right? Then ask for feedback. I mean, honest feedback about what you're educating them on. Did they gain value? If yes, fantastic. You could move ahead to monetize. And for you to monetize, there are different ways to go about it. We have seller now. You could easily package all of them, all the what you want to educate people on, package it into a course, right? Into a course, into a complete course. And you could upload it on Udemy. You could upload it on different platforms, and people will be able to buy from you. But first, do your research, do your due diligence. Ask, create a community around what you do, and get honest feedback from people. Is what you're doing or what you're educating people on, is it really helping them? Then if it is, there are various platforms, that will help you with that, right? So fantastic, fantastic. Okay, I said I mean teachers. Well, if you're a teacher, what are you? Okay, are you teaching subjects in primary school or in secondary school? What are you teaching? I mean, I could be a teacher and I'm teaching you economy. Could be a teacher and I'm teaching you programming, right? So it all depends on what you're doing and who your audience is, right? Who are your audience? You could start a YouTube channel. If your audience are, or what you're teaching, okay, I mean mathematics. Oh, fantastic. Have you heard of there's this Khan Academy? There's Khan's Academy. You could, if you're very good at what you do, of course, there's some platforms online that you could easily use. Okay, this 551. Let me quickly round up. There are platforms online that you could use to teach people what you do. Right. So first, you can create a YouTube channel to get have a community around what you do. Right. Upload videos consistently, and the algorithm will recognize you. And once it does, if what you're doing is really giving value, right, you see people coming on board to learn from you, right? So if you've amassed a number of followers, you've had have a community around what you do, then you can start thinking of monetizing, right? And there are different ways to monetize on YouTube. So after you give out free courses, you give out free content. At the end of the video, you could put something like, okay, get access to my paid course. This will further explain to you what this meant. Or if you want to have access to the advanced level, you could do this and that and that. Click on this link to have access to the advanced level. That is it, right? So fantastic. Okay. Yes, so I think I've Adedeji Abdulati. Okay, fantastic. Beautiful. We have Mr. Emmanuel Akwe. Thank you so much for coming. Prof of Value. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining us. Okay, so this is 5:53, and we'll be right back. Thank you so much. Okay. We have one more question. Since AI can take over rulership in the level of president, where does engineering stand, saying that AI has a lot of influence in it? Well, engineering, I mean, what creates AI? Where is AI from? It's basically from engineering. There are still people, that will maintain, this AI. Of course, it learns on its own, but you're not restricted to that particular area. I usually tell people it's what you believe in that happens. If you believe that there won't be job for you, there won't be job for you, right? But if you believe that there's still some things that I can do, of course, you will find ways to do it. So I tell people AI is not coming to take your job, right? I don't want to go into this discussion now, but as more jobs are being taken, more jobs are being created, and that's the fact of it. So yeah, so fantastic. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I would have to end now because I'm out of time. So welcome on board our next speaker. So thank you so much. Thank you, and see you again.
speaker is Emmanuel Akpe, Sales and Marketing Consultant. Emmanuel Akpe is popularly known as the Prince of Copywriting. And our next speaker is Emmanuel Akpe, Sales and Marketing Consultant. Emmanuel Akpe is popularly known as the Prince of Copywriting and Chief Value Officer. Akpe is a copywriter, business magnate, sales and marketing consultant, trainer, author, and speaker. His digital trainings has affected more than 10,000 lives directly and millions indirectly. His book, Money 101, has been downloaded and read by more than 20,000 persons. He's also the author of Copywriting 101, Why You're Broke, and numerous digital products and reports. Emmanuel Akpe has spoken to thousands on copywriting, personal finance, high income skills, and finding purpose. He's an addicted lover of God and the convener of Rich Firebrands. He works and lives in Port Harcourt. Please do make welcome Emmanuel Akpe.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Emmanuel Akpe. Thank you so much. We so much honor your, thank you so much for honoring our invitation. Thank you so much. We're so glad to have you here.
An honor to be.
Thank you. Like you've heard, Emmanuel Akpe is an amazing man. He has done a lot of things. He has taught a lot of people, thousands of people, and he has impacted lives. And that is exactly what he's going to be doing. So you have to stay tuned, take up your pen, your paper, make sure you listen, make sure you write down, make sure you share with your friends. So thank you so much for joining us, and I'll leave the room for Mr. Emmanuel Akpe.
Okay, well, just 1 minute. Let me invite my BOC people. I sent them a link, but I have to tell them to come up so that we'll have more people come in. They really need to be here because this is their season.
Okay, awesome.
Just it will be okay. Okay, BOC 11B, then Bachelor of Copywriting 11. We just started Bachelor of Copywriting yesterday, so awesome. They really need to be here to join this. Also, okay.
Let's go on a little break for just a minute. Okay, are you done?
Okay. I'm done. It's fine.
Okay. Fantastic.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. I was backstage. Not just backstage, but I was also on the YouTube live when you were talking, and
wow.
so much value you shared. So happy for people like you in this generation who are changing the narrative, not just trying to change the narrative, but who are changing the narrative. So thank you so much for what you do. Thank you for what you do at Citrak. I've been to your site, and even the web page that brought people in here. I registered, and it was amazing. You just showed excellence, and well done. God bless you. God bless you. So, guys, if you're here and you can hear me, maybe you could just tell me in the comment section. I can see you. I can hear you. If you can hear me clearly, just say I can hear you clearly. Okay. Oh, I can see my people. I'm here as I promised. Aneke BOCX. Okay. If you know your onions, you just say Ima is here. Fola George is here. Humphrey is here. Gold is here. Hi, Gold. Adedeji is here. Adeze Favor is here. I can see all of you. Just say I can hear you. Oh, Ima is already saying if you don't use the internet, poverty will make you internet. Okay, people are already quoting already. Well done, guys. Good evening. So good to have you guys around. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for honoring me every time I send an invite. Thank you for honoring me. And the same way you honor me, God will honor you too. Men will also honor you. Men will always come when you have programs in the name of Jesus. God bless you. Thank you so much. Okay, so today I'm going to be talking about selling techniques for the new economy. Okay, selling techniques. I'm going to give you selling strategies and some techniques that has helped me so well. So for those who are new to Emmanuel Akpe, my name is just Emmanuel Akpe. I am the professor of College of Copywriting, and College of Copywriting is everything you don't learn in school. bachelor of everything you don't learn in school. So a bachelor of copywriting, we have bachelor of money, and we'll be releasing lots of other bachelors very soon. But for now, we have bachelor of copywriting and bachelor of money. I'm a trainer, I'm a copywriter. I'm first a copywriter, and I have digital products, do some affiliate marketing here and there too, but basically a copywriter, because copywriting can be applied in all things. Quick story, I started off, uh, grew up with my younger sister, very, 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 very well to do. Speaking by faith, we lived in one room, face my sloppy apartment, and so your background should never keep your back at the ground. Your background should never keep your back at the ground. I thank God for where God has brought us in now, but then there are other places God is taking us to. Went to University of Uyo, studied microbiology. 4 years I was selling in school. One time I sold toad in school. Another time I sold a book. One other time I sold lab coats. One other time I did um, book reviews. I did business plans for people, and it's just been selling, selling, selling. 2 awards I would love to share. Okay, first of all, I was one-time Sage champion 2008 Sage Students for the Advancement of Global Entrepreneurship. Then Enactus semi-finalist for 3 years with University of Uyo. Enactus Entrepreneur of the Year, won 2 years in a row, and all of that. That's all about me. Okay, came down to River State to serve, and I've been here doing copywriting full time, and I've trained over 5,500 students in the Bachelor of Copywriting alone. Bachelor of Copywriting, the most corrosive yet most affordable copywriting and money making course in the history of the world. Thank you, Philip Aneke, for that. Thank you so much. So we're going to talk about sales today, and I'm going to give you some introductions. Then I'll go straight to sales, right? I'll give you some sales techniques and sales strategies that will help you 10x, 100x, 1000x your sales. Okay. Now, I want to start by saying selling is good, right? Selling is very, very good. Selling is good. In fact, from the beginning of the world, God sold. God said, let us make man. Let us. So God was selling an idea, right? So selling is good. Everyone sells. Everyone is a seller. Everyone is selling. Is that you're selling consciously or you're selling unconsciously? Everybody sells. Just that most times we don't know that we are selling. Okay, if you've ever used a barber and you recommended that barber, yes, you've sold. If you've ever used a cream and you recommended that cream, you've sold. Just that you did not get a profit for that sale, right? So everyone is selling. So I said selling is the fastest way out of poverty and the quickest way into abundance. Selling is the fastest way out of poverty. I came out of poverty first by God, but second by the skill of selling. Selling is the fastest way out of poverty. If you're in poverty, selling is the fastest way to get out. There are other vehicles. You can use a job, but it may take a longer time, right? Selling is the fastest way ever known, right? Out of poverty and into abundance. So selling will give you what? Financial abundance. Selling will give you financial confidence. Selling will increase your financial intelligence. Selling gives financial abundance. Selling increases your financial confidence. And selling will give you financial intelligence. Okay. So I always tell people, if you don't know how to sell, you will know how to smell. If you don't know how to sell, you will know how to smell and you will swell. Okay. If you don't know how to sell, you will know how to smell and you will swell. So poverty will make you swell up. So you must learn how to sell. Every billionaire, every millionaire is a salesman. Every of them. Check from Jeff Bezos, check from Mark Zuckerberg, check from Bill Gates. Every of them, every billionaire, every millionaire is a salesperson. You say you're selling or you're selling. You have to just sell. Look at iPhones, right? iPhones, the founder of iPhones, who Steve Jobs, who lost, right? Steve Jobs was a great salesman. Steve Jobs was a great salesman, a great salesman. They always see him bringing out new editions of Apple products innovatively and selling it, right? So everyone sells. Everyone sells. You want to become a millionaire, want to become a billionaire soon. Everyone sells. So I'm going to give you some sales strategies, some sales techniques that will help you. That will help you. Okay. So I can see God already says, if you don't know how to sell, you will know how to smell, and you will swell. Okay. So if you're ready to go, just tell me I am ready. If you're ready to go, say I am ready. Okay, I can see Fola George, I can see Foshino, I can see Elijah Chris, Jonah Rose, Grace Jaffet, Bonolua, Dorcas. I am ready. Manda Onka says, selling the fastest way of profit. Exactly. Elijah says, I am ready. Okay, so I say, I am ready. Mesoma says, I am ready. Okay, God says, I am ready. Daisy says, innovation plus sales equals to billions. Amazing. You guys are ready. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Oh, okay, let's continue. So, number one thing I want to tell you about selling is the worst time to sell is when you're broke. The worst time to sell is when you are broke. But it's a prof. I need money. Why shouldn't I sell when I'm broke? Because, are you ready for this? Because you don't dig a well when you're thirsty. You don't dig a well when you're thirsty. You don't dig a well when you're thirsty. You won't have strength to dig that well. So the worst time to ever sell is when you're broke. When you're broke, right? The best thing to do is to get into the state, that makes you sell better. So getting into the state, I'll give you some strategies for getting into the state. Number one is you have to what? Get books, get videos that get you into the selling state. You don't go broke and sell. Okay, I will explain this point very well. Because when you are selling from a broke point, people will see that you're broke. It will show in your marketing message, and people will avoid you. People avoid people who are needy, and they go to people who are needed. Okay, so when you are broke, you sound needy. You sound needy. If you can show people that you don't want their money, you will always get their money. If you can show people that you don't want their money, you always get their money. So you must get to that sales state first, right? I call it the drunken state. And that drunken state, you can bring it in every morning, right? So that sales state makes you sell better, right? So the worst time to sell is when you are broke. Don't sell when you are needy. Sell as the needed. Don't sell when you are needy. Sell as the needed. Okay. So number one thing is get your sales game right. So come to that sales state. Number two, you must know that sales is a study. You can study sales as a course. Okay, sales is something you must study as a course. The same way you studied microbiology, the same way you studied physics, the same way you studied chemistry, you must study sales. The same way you went for night class, you must do night class for sales. Sales is learnable. Sales is trainable. Sales is learnable, and sales is trainable. You can learn it. You can be trained in the art of selling. So you must learn how to sell. You must learn how to sell. And nothing apart from biological growth, every other growth must be engineered. Apart from biological growth, every other growth must be engineered. So you don't just wake up and become a sales guru. You don't just wake up and become very good at sales. You must learn sales. You must consciously learn how to sell. Consciously learn how to sell. In fact, learn and set questions for yourself. Set exams for yourself. Okay, set exams for yourself. So when you fail the test of sales, it is called poverty. The F of sales, the F of failing the exams of sales is called poverty. And the A of winning or what's it called now? Passing the exam of sales is what is called abundance. So when you see people in abundance, it means they are always passing the test of sales. When you see people in poverty, okay, I don't mean everyone, but most times that means they are failing the test, the exam of sales, right? So you must. Thank you, great Jeff. I said every growth is engineered apart from biological growth. So even biological growth, you have to eat, okay, but every other growth has to be engineered. So the worst time to sell is when you're broke. Number one. And number two, you must learn sales as a course. Some very good books. You can get the traffic. There's the Secret Trilogy, Traffic Secrets, Expert Secrets, and .com Secrets. Right? Those three secret books, very, very good books. You can get Sell Like Crazy, one book I always give everybody who comes to the Bachelor of Copywriting, because Sell Like Crazy changed my life, changed my sales game. So you should learn Sell Like Crazy. Okay. There, any copywriting book will help you. Any copywriting book, books by Dan Kennedy, Boron Letters, books. If there's some download books, 49 sales psychology tricks like that. Those books, any book on copywriting would help you. Any book on copywriting would help you. Okay. Number three, I said, don't just sell. Okay. Build a community. Build a community. Don't just sell. In this new economy, you are not just meant to just sell and run away, right? You must learn to build a community, and now it's called community. Community, okay? Community. You must learn to build a community. Some people call it a list, right? So we've gone past that point of just come and buy, okay? We've gone past that point of I'll sit down in my shop and wait for people to come and meet me. We are now in the era of community building. Now look at everyone who sells very well. Okay, look at some of the greatest marketers, right? Let's give an example. Look at Russell Brunson or look at Dan Lok. What do they have in common? They built a community. Dan Lok has a community of over 3.5 million people on his YouTube. Okay, Russell has a community of ClickFunnels. What do I have? I have a community Battle of Copywriting. I have a community of copywriters. I have a community of people who listen to me, right? So if we have gone past that point of just selling and running away, that hit and run sales, we've gone that past. We are now in a point where you build a community, grow the community, and sell to the community. Build a community, grow a community, and sell to that community. So you are adding value to them. That's where I put it. I said you have to build a value bank account, the VBA. I call it the VBA account. So you don't just come and sell and run away. Now people are wise. People are now wise. You must learn to build value bank account. Now, what's the principle of the value bank account? The value bank account states that you have to grow value and withdraw value. Now you have to grow value and withdraw value. Now you withdraw value in money, but you must grow value to the point where you can withdraw. If you have grown 100,000 naira value in people's value bank account, if you go to withdraw 10,000 naira, right, it will work. You withdraw money. But if you've not grown up to 5,000 naira value and you go to withdraw 20,000 naira, what will happen? They'll tell you no money in the value bank account. So every human being has a value bank account, has a number, right? V001255. Okay, that could be my own, that could be your own. So the reason why you can come in here is because I'm adding value to you, right? I'm spreading value, I'm sowing value. One day I'll ask you to pay for Bachelor of Copywriting course. One day I can ask you to pay for a bottle of money, because one day I can ask you to pay for 1K offer. If somebody has met me and said, sir, I don't want to learn, I'm only paying because I've gotten so much value from you. That is somebody who has gotten so much value from me. So we've gone past just come and buy and sell. We're now in the era of community builders who are consciously adding value in the lives of people. Consciously adding value in the lives of people. Why? Because of the principle of reciprocation, right? Reciprocation. People will always reciprocate. People don't like to owe. So when I feel like this person has added so much value to me, I'm owing him, I'll go and pay him, right? I'll go and pay him. Thank you, Gold. Value back account says that you have to grow value, then withdraw value. Thank you, Gold. So yes, we are now what? In the place of community-based selling, CBS, community-based selling. And you can do this community using the WhatsApp. You can do this community thing using the Telegram. You can do the community using the Facebook. You can do this community using an Instagram. Everyone who is selling very well has a community. and is growing that community, is building that community, then they can withdraw from that community. If this is the only thing you live here with, it's fine. I'm fine, because this is one thing that makes every big brand out there. So they've grown a community, now grow a reach of 1 million people. They grow a reach of 10 million people. So even if 1% buys, it's something to them, right? So that is one other thing I said. You must what? You must build a list, because if you'll be list online if you're not building a list online. You'll be LEAST, you'll be list online if you're not building a list online. You cannot enjoy financial ambience if you don't have a what? An audience. You can never enjoy financial ambience if you don't have an audience. So you must build an audience that trusts you. I'll talk about no like trust very soon. Okay, so you must build an audience. So you must increase your reach. Please increase your reach. Increase your reach. And one of the best ways to increase reach is free value. Give a lot of free value. Like this is free value, right? Facebook lives, Instagram lives, blog posts, right? Writing posts or articles, okay? Podcasts. These are all free value. You're giving out free value. You're giving out free value. You're giving out freemium. You're giving out freemium. Okay. So I told myself, I'll give out so much freemium that'll be more than people's premium. I'll give out so much freemium that'll be more than people's premium. So that people will wonder why. Why is it doing so much? Why is it so giving us so much value for free? So many times women, so the things you teach, these are what we learn for 100,000, for 200,000, for 500,000 naira. Why I want to give so much freemium that people can people don't even charge premium for it. Why am I doing this? Because I am sowing in value. I may not reap today. I'm playing the long-term game. I may not reap tomorrow. I may not reap in 1 year. I may not even reap in 5 years, but I may reap in 10 years' time. I don't know who is that person I'm giving value to now. That person might be poor today. That person might be struggling today. That person might be a student today, but I don't know. That person can be a commissioner tomorrow. That person can be a CEO tomorrow. That person can even be a senator tomorrow. And that person will look back and say, yes, I remember Emmanuel gave me hope. I remember Emmanuel gave me value. I remember Emmanuel gave me confidence. This is what I want to do. I am playing the long-term game, right? Look at people like Fela Duro today. This is what they are enjoying from. Look at people like Bishop Oyedepo today. This is what they are enjoying from. The seeds of value they sowed in the lives of people when they were absolutely nothing. And now these people have grown up to have something. They won't forget you. Nobody will forget you if you add value to them, okay? Nobody will forget you if you add value to them, right? So build communities, increase your reach, increase your reach. Sometimes you have to pay to increase your reach. If you have to pay, please do, right? If you have to increase your reach through Facebook ads, through YouTube ads, through, I call it the Fiji ads, Facebook, Instagram, Google, and YouTube, right? If you have to increase your reach using these platforms, please do so. Please do so if you have to. Please do so. Pay. As little as 1,000 naira can give you some reach. 2,000 naira can give you some reach. 3,000 naira can give you so much reach, right? So pay and reach people, right? Rich people, RICH people, REACH people, rich people, right? So number 3 is that in this new economy, you can't just sell as nobody. You can't just sell as nobody. We are in the dispensation of branded sales. We are in the dispensation of branded sales. Now, you just can't wake up and just say, I want to sell anyhow as anonymous. Anonymous does not sell anyhow, except you are that anonymous. I used to open up bank accounts and things that during that answers. But now you must put a face on the brand. You must put a credibility on the brand. You must put an authority on the brand. You must put an authority on the brand. People need to see you. People need to feel you. People need to know you. And they will easily cash flow you. If people know you, they can cash flow you. If people know you, they can cash flow you, right? So you need to build authority. You need to build credibility. You need to build authority. You need to build credibility the new economy. We are too wise. People are too wise now. We know so much. You just can't wake up and just scam anybody now again. You just can't wake up and say, come and buy this thing. People will easily go to Conga. People will easily go to Jumia. Thank you, Grace. People will easily go to Jumia and buy and just leave, right? So you just, the competition is too much. The competition is too much for you not to put your face to it, right? And today you sell a brand, right? You sell a brand. So it's not just what you sell, it's about who you are around what you sell. It's not just what you sell, but it's about who you are around what you sell, how people can connect to your personality. It matters a lot. So for example, I talk a lot about Christ. I talk a lot about being rich in Christ and being rich in God. People connect with me at that level, right? People connect with me because I'm a winner. People connect with me because I'm from Benue State. People connect with me because I read microbiology. People connect with me because I studied in University of Uyo. So you must be willing to share your story. Be willing to put emotions to your brand. Be willing to tell people who you are. You just can't say, me, I'm trying to be anonymous. You can't be anonymous. You can't be mysterious, right? You can't be mysterious now. You just can't. You just can't bring that mystical thing, myth, into your game, your selling game. You must open up. One person who does this a lot that I've learned from is Russell Brunson. I can't do without mentioning Russell Brunson, because go to his Instagram page and you'll see how he infuses family into his Instagram. You see how he infuses, you see his children, you see him you see him talking about wrestling, you see him talking about his church, Methodist church, you see him going on vacation, you see him talking about his selling life. So it's not just what you do, right? It's about who you are around what you do. It's not just what you do, what you sell, it's who you are around what you sell. So authority and credibility is very, very important. Authority has to do with knowing your onions. Knowing your onions. If you don't know your onions, you can't eat your suya. To be onionless is to be suyaless. To be onionless is to be suyaless. And if you know your onions, you will eat your suya. If you're here and you know your onions, just write suya gang. Suya gang. Let me see the comment section. Write suya gang. Play the long term. Yes, Atinuke says play the long term. Money Magnet TV says showing the personality behind the brand. Awesome. Cash flow, you Money Magnet. Isiaka, Grace, I can see all of you. Let me see if you know your onions, you eat your suya. Let me see the suya gang in the comment section. The suya gang. These are the people who know their onions. Suya gang. Yes, thank you, Isiaka. Thank you, Grace. Yes, these are the suya gang. People who know their onions. People who know their onions and they are eating their suya. Okay, they are eating their suya. Awesome. So let's continue. So authority and credibility is very, 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 very important. Very, very important. Now, number 4, number 5, most times I just mix up numbers, right? Now, whatever you're selling, I beg you, believe in what you sell. Believe in what you sell. Even if you're selling your products, or you're selling an affiliate product, or you're selling a physical product, please believe in what you sell. Whatever you cannot buy, please don't sell it. Whatever you cannot buy, don't sell it, right? You know that this thing is bad. You know that this thing doesn't help people, and you're selling it. It's not good. Don't do things for the money aspect of it. Do things for the lives aspect of it. Do things because you're selling to somebody who's going to use that thing and their lives will be transformed. So don't sell what you don't believe in. Please don't sell what you don't believe in. If you don't believe in a product, don't sell it. Don't sell it. Even if it's affiliate marketing, if you don't believe in a product, please don't sell it. Okay. Number 6, focus on your customer. It's about your customer, not just about you. Focus on your customer. Whatever you're selling, focus on your customer. Look at the pains your customers are running away from and help them run faster away from it. Look at the pleasure they are running into and help them run faster into it. Okay, so selling is about helping people run out of a pain or helping people run into a pleasure, helping people run out of a pain. So I help people run out of the pain of poverty, right? Poverty is a pain. I help people run away from pain of poverty And I help people run into abundance. I help people run into more sales. I help people run into more financial confidence. So you help people run out of a problem as fast as possible, and you help people run into a pleasure. So focus on your customer. Whenever somebody gives you money, it's not about you. The person is not liking you because he gave you the money. The person is interested in their problems and their solutions. So make it a duty to solve that problem for them. Make it a duty to help them. So focus on them. One of the ways to know a copy, copywriting, so one of the ways to know a copy that will flop is look at the number of I's. I in the copy. If there are more I's than you, the copy will flop. If there are more U's than I, the copy will sell. So you must learn how to put the you, the person, the customer first, customer first, customer first, customer first. This is what Jeff Bezos knows. This is what has kept Amazon at the top. Amazon keeps the customers first. So focus on your customers. Focus on your customers. Number 7, number 1, number anything I've said is you must do this sales thing consistently. Selling is a game of consistency, and poverty hates consistency. Poverty hates consistency, right? So selling is a game of consistency. You must do it every day. Look at the suya man. He comes out every evening. Look at the provision seller. She comes out every evening, or he comes out every day. Look at the people who sell every day. They sell every day. Why are you not selling every day? Thank you, Mr. Matt. Number 7, I guess. So you must learn how to sell every day. You want to make money every day, you must learn how to sell every day. Daily, now this is lack of daily execution leads to daily poverty electrocution. Lack of daily execution leads to daily poverty electrocution. If you want poverty to electrocute you, then don't sell every day. To the glory of God, we've had 815 days of daily alerts. From January 1st, 2019, I've been counting it. Every day I've received the credit alert. Why? I sell every day. I give value every day, and I sell every day. I take in value every day. I give out value every day, and I sell every day. These 3 things I must do every day. I take in value every day, I give out value every day, and I sell every day. So if you're not selling every day, very soon you start feeling shy. Very soon you start feeling seller's remorse. Very soon you start feeling like, it's only me. Why are people thinking, people will think I'm broke, or people will think I need their money. That is what happens when you don't sell every day. So lack of daily execution leads to daily poverty electrocution. Thank you, Language Arena. And that reminds me, I'll be out with the Language Arena by 8 p.m. today, just after DOC 11. So consistency is very important. Long-term consistency is better than short-term intensity. Long-term consistency is better than short-term intensity, right? So be consistent. It's better to sell 1 hour a day than to sell that. It's better to sell 1 hour a day for 1 week or 1 month than to use 1 day and sell for 10 hours, right? Because selling is a habit you must cultivate. Consistency is a habit you must cultivate, and habits are built every day. You eat every day, you breathe every day, you go out every day, you move every day, right? Why are you not selling every day? You must sell every day. The best things of life are done every day, every day, every day. You don't say, I've eaten yesterday, so I will not eat today. The one you ate yesterday, that's all. The selling you sold yesterday, that's all. Today is a new day, okay? They are new every morning. They are new every morning, so you must sell every day. The problems of people are new every morning, so you must sell every day, right? Every day you must sell, right? So I said build the know, like, and trust. I think I've talked a little about this, but build KLT, right? People should know you. People don't know you, they can't cash flow you. Thank you, Mazida. Long-term consistency is better than short-term intensity. Thank you for dropping that. So know, like, and trust. Know, like, and trust. You must build know, like, and trust. People must know you, like you, and trust you. You should first know you, right? If they don't know you, they can't cash flow you. You must first of all bring yourself out for people to know you. Gone are the days when people just sit down, I have a good product, people will find me. Nobody will find you. But looking for ways to find other things. Attention is too much now. Like, no, the noise is too much for you to stay quiet. The noise is too much. Okay, for you to say, okay, I don't want to build that. I don't want to even do anything. I want people to come and find. Nobody will come and find you like that. As the noise is going, you must be shouting out loudest. The internet is too loud for you to keep quiet. The internet is too loud for you to keep quiet. So you must be shouting. You must be creating attention. If you don't create attention, poverty will keep you in financial detention. If you don't create attention, poverty will keep you in financial detention. So you must create attention. You must be heard. You must be heard. Okay? You must be heard. I said you must be heard. Or else you will join the herd, H-E-R-D, and the herd are not heard. You must be heard. You must speak out. You must shout out. You must be doing something to pick people's attention. That is no. So people know you now. The next thing is to make them like you. So there are different ways to make people like you. Your story can make people like you. Your personality can make people like you. Your attractive character can make people like you. Your personal voice can make people like you. I love talking in quotes. I love rhyming. This is one reason people like me. I love Jesus, and I'm never ashamed to talk about him. This is one reason people like me. So your personality, your brand can make people like you. Then after liking you, people will now trust you. So the first stage is people know you. Second stage, people like you. Good, thank you, Isiaka. You must be heard, or else you join the herd, and the herds are not heard. Okay, the herds are not heard. The H-E-R-D, and the herds can never be the head. Okay, so don't mind me and my rhymes. Okay, so you must be heard. You must speak around. So the first stage, people must know you. So every means you must make people know you. Do it. Every means. The second stage, when people know you, they should like you. Okay, they should like you. I'm not saying some people will not hate you, but people that like you should like you to the core. Right? People that like you should like you. I'm not saying you should be a people pleaser. Right? You can't please everybody. But anybody that likes you should like you. Anybody who likes me likes me. If you hate me, you hate me. That's the. It's that you like me or you hate me. One of them. You just can't be in the middle. You can't like me small and hate me small. If you're liking me, just like me. If you're hating me, just hate me. So that if people like you, they like you to the core and they trust you. Right? So the third level of KLT is the trust level, where they trust you. And at that trust level, they can buy from you, they can vouch for you, they can follow you anywhere they go to. That is the hot audience level. That is the hot audience level. So cold audience can know you. They just maybe know you, but nothing. Warm audience can now like you. Okay? They are warm. They like you. Okay, I've heard about Monarch. I've heard about Citrak. I know about them a little. But when people trust you, they are your hot audience. If you cry and put inside a bottle, they will buy it. If you smile and snap it, they will buy it. Okay? Richard Branson said something very funny. He said, if you give him a $5 note and he doesn't have anything and he has the influence he has, he will sign on the $5 note and sell it for $1,000. His signature alone, he will sell the $5 note for $1,000 because he has signed on it. That is trust. So when people get to trust you, you've gotten to the higher level of sales. Number 7, number 8, number 9, I don't know which number. Sell benefits more than features. Sell 80% benefits. Sell 20% features. Sell 80% benefits. Sell benefits are what it does. Features is what it is. Benefit is what it does. What does your product do for people? That is the benefit of it. What the product is the feature. This is a pen. What it is a pen with ink and all of those. What it does, it can help you write and keep your memorable points on a note. That is what it does. So sell benefits, what it does to people. You're selling a supplement, you're selling a weight loss. The weight loss, what does it do to people? Okay, I must look at the benefits behind the benefits. Also, this is deeper, right? I won't really go so far, but there are benefits behind benefits. So the benefit of a weight loss could be that it helps people, it will help you, make you in shape, right? But the benefit behind the benefit is that it will help you get your boyfriend, or to help you make you more attractive. That is a benefit behind the benefit. So sell more of benefits. Sell 80% benefits and sell 20% features. Sell 20% features. Number 7 or so, number 9, I don't know. Sell transactions, right? Sell destinations, not the journey. Don't sell the journey. Sell the destination. Don't sell that people will be on a journey to Dubai for 10 hours. Sell that they'll be watching, what's it called now? The Burj Khalifa and the sand dunes. That is what you sell. You sell the results, you sell the transformations. You don't sell the journey. People who come to Bachelor of Copywriting, they know. I don't tell you that you come and watch 90 videos. I won't tell you that. I'll tell you become financially confident. I'll tell you become financially abundant. But when you come in, you do the work. So I don't tell you, it's not lying. It's not about lying. Okay? But when you tell people some of the things they need to do, they will run away because people are lazy. But when they've paid you and they are in, they must do it too. So you must watch videos every day. You must read ebooks every day. You must read the ebook. You must do assignments. You must do the things. You must take the process that will bring in the result, right? So I think I have just 2 more minutes. So you must learn to sell transformations. You must learn to sell results. Don't just sell the journey, sell the destination. Sell the destination. Sell the destination. Number 10, also leverage on platforms, leverage on people. In fact, one of the best ways to reach more people is through platforms and people. So leverage on your Facebook, leverage on Instagram, leverage on Google, leverage on YouTube, leverage on Twitter, leverage on Telegram. Use the features inside of it. Facebook, WhatsApp has status, WhatsApp has broadcast, WhatsApp has groups, WhatsApp has. Okay, I think that was a reminder. Sorry, I'm rounding up. I'm rounding up now. Okay, so what about status? What about features inside? Facebook has features. Facebook has stories. Facebook has page. Facebook has profile. Facebook has groups. Facebook has lots of things. So leverage on the things that are inside the platform. Then leverage on people. Leverage on your mentors. Leverage on your masterminds. Leverage on your mentees. Leverage on people who are looking up to you, people who you are looking up to, and people who are at your level. Leverage on them to meet more people, right? Leverage on them to meet more people. And the last 2 points, kill objections on time. When you're selling, especially in this time, you must kill objections. Learn to kill objections in time. If you don't kill objections, objections will kill your money. If you don't kill objections early, objections will kill your money early. So you must kill objections. Now, project. One of the things that people use in their head, selling is a mental game. People are already thinking in their head. What are the things that will make people not buy? Kill it from the beginning. So for copywriting, if you have to be a writer, I'll tell you, no, you don't have to be a writer to become a copywriter. Oh, I need a laptop. No, you don't need a laptop to become, your smartphone is enough. So you must learn to think of what people will object and kill it on time. Kill it on time. Kill it on time. And finally, sell offers, not just products. Sell offers. Don't just sell product. The product is Gary, and offer is a soup. I know the corner. I know people have heard of this. You are tired of hearing it. I will not get tired of saying it. Just like Bishop Oyedepo say, I will not get tired of saying it. A product is Gary, an offer is Eba, soup and condiments. A product is rice, an offer is fried rice, chicken, salad, and a cool Hollandia yogurt. So don't just sell products. People may reject products, but people would most likely not reject an offer. An offer is a bundled product with other things that follow it, right? So the bonuses, the scarcity, the urgency, the call to action, everything you bundle in one is what is called an offer. And you must make the offer so irresistible, right, that it takes a man who is insane. Your offer should be so insane that it takes a man who is insane to sell no, right? So offer means that the perceived value is greater than the price people are paying, right? When perceived value is greater than price, sales becomes inevitable, provided brand is constant. So you cannot create an irresistible offer with an irresponsible brand. You cannot create an irresistible offer with an irresponsible brand. Your brand must match your offer. Thank you so much, guys. I hope you guys got value. Thank you so much for having me. I'm sure you guys got value. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. You've given a lot of value. One of the things that you said that was very important to me is that you said that we shouldn't just go out there and just say want to make money, right? We should first of all create a community, then give free value, right? When you give free value and give free content, it increases your rank, right? It puts you in a level that people are expecting you to look at. You, for example, right? You give out free content. From this, people get to know you, and right from this, your brand gets a high reputation, and from this, a lot of people want to buy from you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, quickly, let's get some questions. So, if you have a question for Mr. Emmanuel Akwe, for the prof himself, the prince of copywriting, please put it in the comment section. Let's hear from you. If you have a question, put it in the comment section. Let's see. Amazing. Okoli Manuel, thank you so much, Daddy. Awesome. Do you have a question? Do you have any question to ask the prof himself? Okay, everybody's just thanking you. Amazing. So it's mind blowing.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Okay, so we have a question here. It says, building from Ima Ogunka. I hope I pronounced that right. Building a community and building a list. What's the difference?
Okay, that's my son in who I'm well pleased. Ima, always following prof everywhere. so for now, right? The difference is not so much, but most times I love to compile it together. But then a community, right? A community is where people are more responsive and people can actually speak up, right? Let's say, for example, you have a Facebook, right? It's more of a community, right? If you have an email list, it's more of a list. So in the list, people don't get to speak up so much. People don't get to interact so much. So it's one to you. So the list is me to them. The community is me to all of us. We all know ourselves, right? So the college of this, there's a community called College of Copywriting. We all know ourselves there. There's a community called First Million. You know me, but you know other people, right? Bachelor of Copywriting, you know me, you know every other person. But when I put people on a broadcast list, on a WhatsApp broadcast list, it is now me talking to them, right? You get, it's still a list, but it's not really more of a community per se. You get, so that's basically the difference. But both of them work well, but community work best because it's now more like a family setting. People can connect, people can relate, and all of that. So that's the difference.
Amazing. Thank you so much, sir. One more question before we go. So this is from so if I build up my community, how much should it take before I monetize to the community? I don't know if you get the question.
Yeah. Okay, how long should it take? So one thing I tell people is this: there's no perfect time. There's no perfect time for monetization. Okay, so some persons will tell you, okay, build it for like 1 year before you start monetizing. No, I don't advise that. What I always advise is you would know when it's time, when it's ripe. It's like planting a seed and saying, okay, I want to just go and pluck the fruit. You know what? You start seeing questions, right, that beg for monetization. Now, you see people asking you, how can I do this? How do I do this? In fact, you can ask a question and say, okay, what would you want to learn at this price? And you do like a poll, people will tell you. But people should know from time that what you also monetize. And monetization does not mean that you are killing them, or it's just a way to go higher or to get more value. That's what monetization should be. So monetization is not you saying you are stopping the community. No, it's them just taking a step higher. So from time, please, they should know. They should know that what you are out to monetize also, but you are out to give out value, but monetization also comes. So in my community, when I started it, College of Copywriting, even First Million, we kept doing StreamYard, what's it called, live and everything. When it's time for Bachelor of Copywriting course, I post it there. Not everybody will buy. It's not by force, right? So not the ones who are ready to go higher will come with you higher. But those who are ready to remain and collect for free, no problem. They should continue to remain for free. So there's no perfect time to, but if you're just starting out, you don't just start out today, you just have one person and you just want to start selling. It doesn't work that way. But as you keep growing, you just put up the product. Even if nobody buys, no wahala. Just do it. Let them know that you are not Father Christmas. That even as you are giving value, you also have products to sell.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, quickly, I don't know, how do people reach you? Talking about Bachelor of Copywriting, when is it coming up? How can people register for it? Because I'm sure a lot of people want to, get this kind of value. They want to get in touch with you. So probably your social media handles or where they can reach you.
Okay, so for the Bachelor of Copywriting, we've closed registrations for this edition. Except you want to sneak in, I'll allow you sneak in and give you the notes. Those of you listening, you want to sneak in, I'll just allow you. But for now, we're building towards Bachelor of Money course, which is starting on the 15th of next month, April. Bachelor of Money. So our Bachelor of Copywriting, our Bachelor of Money. So Bachelor of Money is coming up. That's the next course. So Bachelor of Copywriting, after this week, we're not, after today, in fact, after today, we've already done 4 days. But if you want to sneak in today, no wahalas, I can still let you in for 4,000 naira. If you go to my Instagram my Instagram Prince of Copywriting, on the link, my dish page, you'll see connect with me on WhatsApp. When you click it, it will show you, it will take you direct to my WhatsApp. Okay. Or if you use bit.ly/befriends with Acme, just that there are caps. So I won't use that. So go to my Instagram, Prince of Copywriting, follow me, go to my dish page. That's the link on my bio. You'll see connect with me on WhatsApp. If you click that link, it will take you direct to me on my WhatsApp, and we'll be friends from there. So Bachelor of Money comes up on the 15th. We are no longer selling. Unless you want to join it and you can still you can still join the BOC today if you want to. It's fine. For those who are listening.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Prince of Copywriting. Go to Prince of Copywriting. Just go on Instagram, search for Prince of Copywriting. He's the only one. He's the only Prince, right? So connect with him, chat with him on WhatsApp, and get started and get involved. Get yourself involved. The line is moving. People's lives are changing, right? If it's not working, people will be giving testimony, right? So it's working, right? And it's not magic. It's not just going to come down from heaven. You're going to take steps, right? So thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so that's it. Thank you so much, guys, for joining. Thank you. And in a minute, our next speaker will be coming. He's Re-Strategizing, an amazing man. He just wrote a book. His book just sold, I think, a million or so. I mean, wow, that's amazing, right? So he's going to be coming on board in a minute. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. In a minute, we'll be back and we'll come with Re-Strategizing, Mr. Re-Strategizing. Okay, thank you. Sorry guys, it was a mistake there. It's actually Patrick in the phone. Patrick in the phone is a social entrepreneur. He has done a lot of things. He has been to Brazil. He's married. I mean, he has built systems. He has built solutions that work. He has built e-commerce system that works. So it's not Mr. Nishinka will be coming after Mr. Patrick in the phone. So stay tuned. After Patrick in the phone, once Patrick in the phone is done, we'll move to Mr. Nishinka. So stay tuned. 1 minute, we'll be back. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Patrick Indefon, social serial entrepreneur. Patrick Indefon is a social serial entrepreneur with over 10 years of experience in the technology and business space combined. He builds and advises on tech, products, startups, and scale-ups. Patrick is the co-founder and executive director of PSI FON organization, a social enterprise helping startups, non-profits, etc. to understand and leverage opportunities in the digital economy to create impact. With scores of startups empowered, hundreds of young people being mentored, and thousands imparted with knowledge and skills in technology and business, PSI FON is positioned to play a crucial role in catalyzing Cross River's economic clusters. Patrick is joyfully married to his sunshine, Mercy Hepzibah Indefon. Please do make welcome Patrick Indefon.
No, put. Okay, so we're still waiting for Mr. Patrick. He will join in a bit, in a bit. He's here at the backstage. Everything rectified now, and he will join in it. Okay, he's here already.
All right.
Hello, Mr. Patrick. Good to have you here.
Hello, Mr. Liberty. It's great to be here. How are you doing?
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you for honoring our invitation. Everyone is waiting for you. So just give them value. Thank you so much for joining once again. You can take the floor.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I don't know if it's behind me, so my face is dark. All right. First of all, I'd like to say a big thank you to Citrak, Mr. Liberty, for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. I'm grateful, very grateful. So today I'm going to be talking about new economy, new models. So the theme of this conference is we're looking at how businesses can re-strategize their business models to survive in the new economy. So what I'll be sharing with you today are just some insights into business models that businesses, SMEs, startups, whatever, can use to make sense of the digital economy. So there's this buzz going about the new economy, everybody talks about, oh, COVID-19 is the new economy and all of that, right? But what really is the new economy? So the new economy it's not a new thing. It's been around since the 90s. And in the 90s, it was, catalyzed by intensive competition amongst businesses back then. So you have businesses competing with each other, and the competition is spurring these businesses to become more innovative. And the more innovative these businesses are, the more productive they are, the more value they are producing for customers. And that cycle is going on and on and on. So with this kind of competition happening amongst these businesses, what happens is that businesses are driven to leverage technology to improve their business processes, to build better products, to build better services and all of that. So it was at that point that technology was introduced. That's when we had this concept of the new economy, which is also what we call the digital economy as well. And so there was the introduction of the internet, there was the introduction of high-speed computers and things like that. All of these things were just introduced to just give the businesses that were playing in particular sectors and a competitive advantage over their opponents, things like that. So yeah, that was basically how the new economy started, and technology was introduced. The internet came in. It brought a lot of productivity for many companies. Companies were able to leverage it to create new products and services. Technology was also leveraged. Okay, somebody should be here. Okay. So technology was also leveraged to improve business processes, make things happen faster, create better value for customers as well. And then with the intervention of technology, with the intervention of the internet and things like that, it was easy for technology to be used to create more innovations, and these innovations could be easily diffused throughout the entire sector. So if a new tech comes out, it's easy for me to use it. And once 50 people start using it, it just improves productivity without effortless. The learning curve for using that technology is not so high. And then the advantage too of also using tech is that it gave these businesses economies of scale. So imagine you install the software on one system. You build the software only once. You don't have to build the software every time you want to install it on 1,000 systems. So you only spend that cost one time. You don't have to spend it multiple times. All right.
Okay.
I don't know if
sorry to interrupt you. I don't know. I think there's a problem with I don't know, with the connection. So I don't know if you can just leave and join again, right? So
Okay.
that we can refresh. Yes.
All right. All right.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. He will join in a bit. He will join in a bit.
Hello.
Yes, you're live. You're live.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to.
So let's see if they can hear you now. Okay, better, better. They say it's better. Fantastic.
Okay, they said it's better. Okay, that's
Yes,
awesome.
yes.
All right, so I was talking about the new economy, how it all started about, and basically what I was trying to, the point I'm trying to make is that the whole thing about the new economy isn't a new thing, so to speak. It's been around since the 90s, and it really kicked off with the introduction of the internet and high-speed computers into consumer and the business marketplace. So basically, what managers were doing back then was that they were leveraging technology to just create better value for customers and just also to improve their business processes as well. And these innovations were driven by competition, which is very, very important because when I talk about the new economy that is in post-COVID, it's not going to be it's not about competition, it's about something else entirely. So when the new economy started in its early phases, it was driven by competition. So you had businesses competing against each other, trying to best each other out, trying to offer the best value, trying to capture the larger market share. And that competition drove innovation. The innovation drove productivity. People just kept making amazing stuff. And that's how it's been over the years. Now, then the new economy, the digital economy was just about the internet. So it was how the internet was used to um, affect business and to improve the lives of customers. And a lot of businesses leverage that particular model. Businesses like Amazon and the rest. They were able to leverage it and become global unicorn brands as they are today. So that was then. But today, what we know as the digital economy has completely changed. Now, the digital economy is not just about the internet anymore. It's really about um, how it's how businesses use technology um, to solve problems. And the businesses are not just digital businesses, quote unquote, because when we hear about digital economy, we always think that okay, it's a tech business. No. Now we're looking at how technology has a role to play in traditional businesses like agriculture, mining, and the likes, you know. And that's the new economy we're in today. And the reason that is happening is because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the lockdown. So the world has been going through a digital transformation. Everyone is trying to just, catch on that internet buzz, and all of that. competing with each other, and then bam, COVID-19 hits us. Okay, businesses were shut down, inflation went up, supply chains. If you were importing stuff from China, you know that it's going to take you 3 months to get that back, to get that into the country. Countries are not importing anything from countries anymore. Like Nigeria, for example, oil prices have dropped, so Nigeria is not making money from oil exports as it were, and we are forced to look at other value chains, other non-oil export products that we can take out of the country and things like that. I think we can even take them out. So there's been a whole lot of disruption in the economy, and social distancing, the whole lockdown and everything has just really disconnected what the first phase of the digital economy was doing, which was bringing the world together, bringing the world into this one unique space. So everyone is disconnected. It's created this sort of like economic silo where countries are on their own, spending for their own things and trying to figure out ways for their own economies to work and things like that. So now a lot of things have happened. The whole COVID-19 has affected the way consumers behave. It's affected the way businesses do business. A lot of businesses are closed down because their particular product or service is no longer relevant. If you were running a business like a restaurant, for example, you wouldn't. I mean, you need people to be physically present in your store, but that can't happen anymore because, the pandemic, government and laws say that you don't have the substantial number of persons in a particular place and things like that. So certain businesses have shut down. The way we used to do things, the way we learn, the way we entertain ourselves, our lifestyle patterns, those things have changed. I remember last year I think we were not in lockdown for about 6 months or so. They say it takes about 24, 21 days to change the behavior, but we've been in lockdown for 6 months. We've learned new habits. We learned new ways to work. We learned new ways to consume products and services, new ways to entertain ourselves. Even our businesses, we had to figure out new ways to do businesses. And the thing about this post-COVID era is that almost everything is gearing more and more towards the digital space. It's not different from what was happening in the past, yes, but what's happening right now is that it's more rapid. Okay, so and the way businesses around the world are responding to it is there's a lot of technology being deployed to create a stronger digital core. So that's why you have to push for the 5G network and things like that. You have a lot of companies automating their business processes, just deploying a lot of technology to make sure that systems are more resistant and more resilient in the case of an emergency or a crisis, just like the COVID-19 pandemic that has happened. And so there's a lot of technology being put, and that technology, that's what I mean by digital. So when I say digital, I'm not just talking about the internet, social media, and all this stuff. I'm talking about digital technology in general. So businesses are automating their processes. They're taking using robots to do jobs that are using robots to replace human beings in the workplaces, and a whole bunch of automation, Internet of Things, and stuff like that is just taking over the entire workspace. And yeah, so that's what I mean by, so it's changing the way work is done. It's changing the way businesses are being done. The jobs that required a lot of physical contact before, those jobs are becoming more and more redundant. We're no longer people are not expected to work from at the office anymore. You can work from home. I work from home. A lot of other persons work from home. So the entire lifestyle, entire behavior has changed completely. Consumers in particular have begun to adopt digital technologies. I recently read a report by McKinsey that, particularly in Nigeria, now the average consumer in Nigeria is not very he's not confident that the Nigerian economy is going to recover back anytime soon. I mean, right now we're going through what they call a contraction, which is something close. It's not a recession. So it's a little bit of a recession. So the typical Nigerian consumer doesn't have confidence that we're going to bounce back from that in anytime soon. So you're expecting that. What that tells you is that customers are not willing to spend that much money. If they're going to spend money, they're going to spend money on things that are valuable, things that are essential to them. Okay, they're going to spend money on things like their health, anything that's going to that will help them survive, stay alive longer. So that's what consumers are going to spend money on in this particular period. So as a business, you need to pay attention to these particular kinds of behavior, because right now, let's say, for example, you're offering a product or service. It would be wise for you to, offer a higher end product, because right now people are not looking to spend money on something that is not an essential need. It has to be an essential need before they can, offer out the cash to give you. And that's because the buyer confidence, consumer confidence is very low. Consumer confidence is very low. So that's the economy we're in. And if you understand consumer behavior, you'll be able to make better informed decisions, about your business. Your business strategies will be more informed. It won't be driven by just guesswork. It will be driven by data. Right? And this is something that's very characteristic of this digital economy. Okay, it has to be digital, because digital is the only way that we can sort of like connect all the different components of our business together. The supply chain is the only way we can get access to the customers that we're no longer having physical contact with. It's the only way we can promote our goods and services in the absence of a physical store. The digital platform is really the only way to go. And the advantage it provides is that it gives you the opportunity to leverage data. Now, this new economy we're in is one that is full of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. It's in the Harvard scholars call it VUCA. It's the VUCA or VUCA. All right. There's a lot of changes that are happening rapidly. You look at, for example, cryptocurrency. You know that before you know it, it's gone up. Before you know it, it's gone down. Things change rapidly. If you look at last year, a lot of unexpected occurrences, Black Lives Matter, NSAS protests, all of these things, they affect the economy. So the current world we're living in right now, things are changing very quickly. Recently, we just saw the federal government put restrictions on forex and cryptocurrency and things like that. So that affects consumer behavior. That affects consumer optimism. So when this kind of things happen, people become fearful, people become restless, and they're not sure. Their trust is reduced and all of these things. So as a business, it is important that you pay attention to these indicators so that you don't go creating a product or service that doesn't complement what the current mood or sentiment of the consumer, of the customer is. Very, very important. And here's the funny thing about the COVID, I found it very interesting is that another thing about consumer behavior was that a lot of Nigerians, I think there are 4 things that we had met the McKinsey report has mentioned regarding consumer behavior. So they were interested in spending money on essentials, but they were interested in spending money on entertainment, which gives me an idea of what consumers are looking for. I mean, post-COVID, it's a bit depressing. There's been a lot of losses. People are heartbroken, and their businesses are failed and things like that. So people are looking for some kind of comfort. They're looking for something that will give them joy. I always say that happiness is a commodity in the market. So if you can sell happiness in your business, I mean, I think you're definitely going to attract a lot of customers. So let me just jump straight into some of the ways that you can leverage your business model to kind of be relevant in this current dispensation. Okay. Now, So I talked about happiness being a commodity. So good. Customers, first of all, customers are looking for value. Value is very, very important. And value in terms of essential needs. Right now, people are looking for, are trying to figure out how can they meet their essential needs. No one's going to spend money on luxury. Well, there are people that have the money to spend on luxury. Let me not say no one's going to spend. The people that have the money to spend on luxury for me, the majority, the vast majority, would be skeptical about spending on luxury. They'll be they'll test want to spend on essential needs. So if you were, so that means that price is also something that they're interested in, right? Um, is it affordable, right? Is it important? Those kind of things. You need to ask yourself those questions. So if you're selling a product, for example, that's a little bit expensive, maybe you could think about reducing the size of the product. We're what we call a sachet economy. In Nigeria, people consume a lot of sachet products. Yeah, sachet milk, sachet Indomie is in sachet, sugar is in sachet. Almost it's nothing you can do. You can cook an entire meal. If you cook an entire meal in a sachet, that's in a sachet. So that's the kind of economy that we're in right now. And the sachet economy is very affordable economy. And you can find out that there are a lot of essentials that come in sachets. So you could, for a business, okay, who's offering some kind of essential product, you could think about reducing the packaging or the volume of the particular product that you're offering, so that it be more appealing to people. People want to save cash, right? Nobody wants to just spend all the money they have. They're looking to survive the recession. They're looking to survive the long run. So, which is what is different from the digital economy back then. So, businesses then, although I'm talking about customers now, but businesses then were driven by competition. Now, businesses and customers now are driven by survival. So, everyone is trying to survive. Nobody's exactly trying to compete against each other. We're all trying to survive this whole pandemic, this whole recession. And survival is okay. Pandemic hit us, we lost customers, economic activity dropped. How do we maintain connection with our customers? How do we ensure that our customers are still buying our product? How do we ensure they're still using our services? Now, let's talk about another business model, the e-commerce business model. The e-commerce business model is, I think, it's one of the best business models. It can be deployed using standard websites. It can also be deployed using social media platforms, what we call the social e-commerce. Okay. Now, if you're a business owner and your product is a physical product, e-commerce works very well for you. I know that when we usually talk about digital economy, and then there's a lot of the people that are more familiar with the business model where you turn your product into a digital product. If you're selling something like cake or or hair cream and stuff like that, you can actually digitize that particular hair cream. If you're selling books, you can digitize your books. If you're selling music, those things can be digitized. They can be put and people can buy and access to them directly. But if you're selling a physical product that has to be sent to the customer physically, then the e-commerce business model is the platform for you. But it's not just about, remember, consumers are looking for value. Okay, they're looking for value. They want happiness. They want empowerment. They want an experience. So they want an experience. There's a lot of sentiments, emotionality in this new economy. I don't know why it's that way, but people always seek for an emotional connection with your brand. So if you just go and you're selling product, it won't call it for you. You need to bring emotions into your selling. You need to bring empowerment into your selling, and particularly empowerment, because right now people are looking for some kind of source of strength. So you might have a product, physical product, and yes, you can sell that product on social media. You can sell that product on a website, wherever it is. But it's not just about the product itself, but it's the experience around the product too. You need to pay attention to things like your messaging. What is the vibe that people get when they are interacting with your product? you need to have some kind of value addition around that product or around that service. So it's much more than just, hey, I'm selling skincare products. I could be selling a skincare product and I'm offering additional value in terms of how you can use the product, skincare tips. I probably have a one-on-one consultation with the person. I can also personalize the product to my customers and make them. I have to. The customer has a personalized experience. You understand? So you're going just beyond the product itself. You're offering some kind of additional value around it. And why I'm really stressing more on this, because for physical businesses, for businesses that have physical products and services, they can't digitize those things. The only thing they can digitize is the value added services around that particular product, around that particular service. Right. So experience is important. You need to make your product, let it be able to empower your customers. Let it make them feel better. Let it make them feel stronger. The product may not be that excellent, but the service behind it, if it's done well, it's done properly, then it will go a long way. It will go a long way. Now for businesses that are okay, so that's for trying to acquire customers and trying to grow your business using digital platforms. Now for businesses, in terms of your structure, you so then again, like COVID-19 has made a lot of people, everybody's going online. Your workforce should also be online as well. You need to figure out how you can use technology to just cut down a lot of your repetitive and there are tasks that you can automate. Basically, you don't have to do those things manually. You don't have to do those things. There's some tasks that you don't even need people to handle for you. They are bots and they're machines that can do those things for you. You also don't even have to. You don't even also have to come up with new product ideas alone. There are models that allow for what they call co-creation. Yes, co-creation. So you can create new products and services with your customers. Okay, this is where you use data tools like surveys and things like that, and begin to ask your customer questions regarding what is it that what is it that they're interested in, what do they want improved about your particular product, about your particular service. So you can have open innovation sessions where you have sessions with your customers and you begin to shoot them product ideas and they give you feedback. So you're working together with your customers and you're building better products. It saves you a lot of time going back and forth and so it's like a two-way research where I'm researching for the product, my customers also researching on the product, but we're not doing it together. So it's a higher tendency for you to produce better results and to get to create better value for your customers as well. So there's several models. If you do a Google search on the 10 types of innovation by Dublin Consulting, it looks at ways that you can innovate your business model. It looks at ways that you can reconfigure how you're creating value, how you're capturing that value, and how you're delivering the value to your customers. So the new economy provides a vast amount of opportunities for businesses to leverage on. Okay, like I said earlier, we need to pay attention to consumer behaviors, and then secondly, we also need to pay attention to our business processes. Digital allows us the opportunity to, optimize business processes, cut costs. Remember that it's scalable. You can scale it. You don't have to. If you don't have to build an application over and over again. Once you build it once, 1 million people can use it. You only pay that cost once, and it also allows us the ability to deploy technology to other traditional areas. So whether you're in agriculture, whether you're in mining, whatever it is you're in, the digital space provides the tools, the resources that will allow you to, leverage it and then gain value from the business. I don't think there are questions. I'd like to get more. I'd like to, if people have questions about their businesses, um, particularly about their business model or strategies, I would like to hear questions. I'd like to see questions. Okay. Does anybody have a question? Okay, let me give you an example of a very interesting disruption that happened. So, COVID-19 had shut down the travel industry. Airplanes were just put on hold and all of that stuff. But you know what happened? The disruption happened in the airplane industry. They switched their business model from the passenger-driven approach to goods-driven approach. So airplanes, the airplane companies began to use their planes to now carry cargo products, cargo basically across the world. So sometimes you may need to pivot your business. You may need to change the kind of value that you're offering. Okay, like I give an example of the restaurant piece. Um, if you have a restaurant business, you know that lockdown would have definitely decimated your business. People are going to be coming, but then that's still not a good reason for you to quit. You could adapt your business model and begin to do something like Uber Eats, Uber for food, or e-grocery or something like that. People can order their food and then you drop it for them at their doorstep. This kind of thing. So just some of the ways to think about your business. So what you're doing in this particular case is that you're innovating on how you're delivering that same product, that same service that you were doing within that particular space. Is the case of the restaurant business. So, yeah. I don't know if there are any questions. I can't hear you. I can't hear you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Fantastic. You've done a great job. I mean, you've talked about consumer behavior, self happiness, not just about the product, about how you make people feel with your product. And so let's see if we have questions in the comment section. Fantastic. Pay attention to, yeah, fantastic. Okay, so Chris Jaffet, fantastic. Okay, selling happiness recap. Okay, beautiful. So I don't think we have any question yet. Hello guys, if you have any question for Mr. Patrick, he's here to give you value. If you have question in the area of tech, in the new economy, you want to build your own solution, you want to start up something, you want to sell in the new economy, you want to understand more, right? Mr. Patrick is here for you. You can just type in your question in the comment section. You can type in your question in the comment section. So let's see if we have comments. Okay. Have Humphrey Lizzie. Okay.
Yeah, let me also add.
Okay.
Let me also add, right? So I had mentioned data. I didn't talk about data. So try to be as data driven as possible. Data is not hard to get, especially if your business is online. Data is not hard to get. Social media they always give you metrics. They always give you number of likes, followers, and those kind of things. But you can go a step further and begin to ask your customers questions about your business, about product or services that you're offering. And like I mentioned, the co-creation model earlier. If you're working with your customers one-on-one to create products and services, it will be easier for you to get details, information from them about that particular product because they are giving your input, they're putting in input into building that product or service. This new economy is really about personalization because there's a lot of products out there, there's a lot of services out there, there's a lot of people out there, a lot of business out there. So people are not, they're lazy. Customers are lazy. They don't want to waste too much time finding a particular information. Once they find the particular information, they're going to be sticking around for value. They're sticking around for value, and you know they want to know that you care for them. They want to know that you have their interest at heart. Okay, they want that emotional connection, and they want that empowerment from you.
Fantastic, fantastic. It's not just about bringing out a random product or just selling something or just talking about your product. You have to
Yeah,
connect with people. You have to connect with them emotionally, and you have to carve a niche, right? It's not everybody you sell to, right? For you to be able to connect with people, that means you have to target those people specifically. You have to niche it down to those people that you
yeah.
want to reach. So we have a question here from Humphrey. He said, um, I think he wants you to explain selling happiness. If you can recap, maybe he didn't get that due to the
Okay,
network or something. And one more thing, if you can come a bit closer to your microphone. I don't know if you're using headphone. Yeah, it's a bit difficult
yeah.
to hear from you. Fantastic. So if you can just do a
Okay,
recap on
okay,
selling, happiness.
okay. So I said one thing I said about happiness. I said, look, now you need to understand the kind of times we're in. Okay, um, COVID happened. People lost jobs. People lost businesses. People lost cash. Right. So right now, consumers are skeptical. People are not very pessimistic. Okay, like I said, the McKinsey report I mentioned. Um, Consumers in Nigeria don't think that the recession is going to break anytime soon. So they're not interested in spending much money. They're only spending money on what is important, what is essential. And what I found interesting about the report is that they were spending money on entertainment, and it made so much sense, right? I mean, I can remember how depressing it was staying at home for weeks, months. You know, at that point in time, the amount of the Netflix subscriptions across the globe skyrocketed. You know, there was a report that came out that between November and January, mobile internet penetration rose by 22%. You know, so people were just jumping on the internet. People were trying to find every means possible to just get some sense of relief, get some sense of ease. And if you remember that period, there was a lot of campaigns about people's mental health and things like that. So it is very important that you pay attention to the times as a business. So your brand should care. Your brand should sell happiness. Happiness should somehow just you figure out how you can attach that to your product. So it doesn't have to be the product does not have necessarily have to be. It could be you could be selling Alamo bitters, but it is the messaging around it. It is that what are you how are you pushing the brand out there? What's the value there? If I'm selling Alamo bitters and I'm putting that product on my e-commerce website, I can be giving you 5 health tips for Alamo bitters that Alamo bitters can offer you. I can be offering health tips on that particular product. That's value. Somebody would know that I care about your health and health right now. The COVID period, everybody's wearing a mask. You get we're all trying to be cautious about our health. If I can get information that will help me preserve my health, I'll value that. I'll definitely value that. So that's what I mean by selling happiness. Self just if the product itself, it could be good. The messaging around the product, the branding around the product, the service itself. Let it be when people come in contact with you, with your brand online, they leave with a positive feeling. They leave with a positive feeling. You've seen toothpaste advertisement. you know, the guy brushes with close up, and then these beautiful ladies. Right? When you watch that, you're excited, but you don't actually have the toothpaste with you there, right? So you see that ad, you're happy, and then you want to buy toothpaste. So that's what I mean by selling
Amazing.
happiness.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You have to sell happiness. You have to make your product give relief to people in this time that there's
Yeah,
tension everywhere, the country. I mean, so many things happening. right? Mental health and all of that. So people are looking for a safe haven. People are looking for a place to, to rest their mind, to find happiness, right? So your product has to be in the position to offer that happiness, to welcome them, to tell them we are with you in this. Yeah, I mean, during the pandemic, there were a lot of companies that were doing campaigns with this. They tell their audience, their customer, we are with you in this. Don't worry, everything will be fine. I mean, a couple of them, like Netflix and the rest of them, everybody was involved. And so I think, what you said, connecting it to connecting with your customer emotionally is also part of selling with happiness and selling happiness, actually. So that means whenever people see your brand, they have to feel ease and say, I need to click on this thing today. When I click on it, it's a safe haven for me. All the stress, the mental stress, and everything that I go through when I click on this app, when I use this product, is going to be easy for me, right? Amazing. Let's see if we still have questions.
Convenience.
Fantastic. Convenience. Okay. Humphrey says he understands that. Amazing. Okay, someone says Fire Eagles. He said, how do you go about analytics, about the analytics? I think you made mention of analytics. And so okay.
So I talked about collecting data. So there's a lot of hype about data driven. And people are wondering, how do I become data driven? It's very simple. Questionnaires. So you can get data to help improve your product. You can help data to improve your process. Okay. You can help data to improve the value around your business, right? It's as simple as a survey form. Just ask a series of questions. You can use Google Form to create a series of questions, 5, 10 questions, but around that particular area that you're looking to improve. So there's the I'll call it the native analytics that comes with the social media platforms, like the likes and comments and things like that. But then there is analytics that data rather, that you can get for yourself, which is creating a survey. So if I'm trying to improve, let me say, if I'm trying to improve the convenience of my product, I'm going to ask my customers. I'm going to just create a Google form, send it to them, that has questions about certain things about, how do you use this product? What's the difficulty level? Can you rate it? And all of that. So I send it to all my customers. The results I get, I cannot use that to make an informed decision. Okay, this is where my product has issues, and this is where I need to improve. This is where my service is lacking, and this is where I need to improve it. So that's really what it is about being data driven. It's not that complicated. It's just about knowing how to ask the right questions, and then be able to interpret the results that you get from your survey. You don't have to do 1,000. You can start with 100, start with 10, and then just build up on that.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So it's all about survey, getting feedback from your customers, understanding exactly what they want, right? You can't just put out a product, right? You have to understand your market and ask people, will this thing be valuable to you? So I think that's what you're talking about when you say analytics or getting data from people.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And anybody can do this. Okay. Let me switch this from just a fully digital business to, let's say, like you run a wallet business, you sell wallet on the website. Now, how do you digitize? How do you leverage the digital economy for your wallet business? You put pictures of your product on Instagram, on your platform, right? When customers come to your business, to your store, you can just hand out like little questionnaires, maybe something the size of a sticky note, with just a few questions and 2 questions, and they take their answers anonymously. At the end of the day, you could gather like 20 of those sticky notes and then just begin to process the data. So we do this when we have meetups and events like that. We give out questionnaires to people. We just ask them questions about the event. What session did you like? Things like that. So you can do the same thing for your business. What do you like about my bottle? Or somebody can tell you it's burnt, and others can say, oh, it's too spicy. Their phones, the way you have, maybe you got like 20 customers at the end of the day, and then 12 say that your bottle is too spicy. That tells you that you need to check your spice. You understand? It's not complicated. That's being data driven. Very simple.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Let's see. Yeah, as I said here, thanks for that. Amazing. Fire Eagle say thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have a question, right? So let's say I don't know about or I've not gotten to the stage of talk about data, collecting data, even selling, right? Or maybe I don't even know where to start, right? So let's say I just left school or I'm out of job, right, due to the pandemic, and I'm looking to start from scratch, right? So what can I do? Like, what I mean, I can't just jump into the whole market and just start something. I have to start from somewhere, right? So what can I do? What can I start with? I don't have millions to start. I don't have thousands to start. I just have the little. I have myself, right? I can breathe. I have a mobile phone, right? So how do I start, right, from there?
Okay. One of the biggest industries right now is the e-commerce industry in Nigeria. Okay, so it's rising crazy. So anybody that wants to start a business, you wouldn't be in the wrong to jump into that e-commerce space. What you need to figure out is which product is in demand. I know, and one thing I do know is that cosmetics. Cosmetics is a product that's very much in demand. Um, if you can also offer non-product services, like if you're good at comedy, for example, I'm going to use comedy because that's a market on its own. That's a thriving market. You have Maharaji, you have Rose Mike, all these guys. They've created a unique market for themselves that is rivaling the traditional standalone stand-up comedians who do their shows in physical places and things like that. So if you're good at creating that kind of content, then go ahead and do it. So you can start with your raw talent. What technology does for you is that it gives you a platform to be able to deliver value. You can enhance that value. It can also allow you to deliver, to share, to distribute that particular value to as many people as you want. So to that person, first of all, ask yourself, what do you have right now? What are you capable of doing? What is your current capacity? Then, if you have something that you know is valuable, then you can begin to push it out there on platforms and exchange that for value. If you don't have, then this is where you now need to go learn something, go get a training. There are access to ton of digital trainings out there. Microsoft right now is giving access to about 10 courses on LinkedIn for free. So LinkedIn Learning, just hop on there, go learn something on digital marketing, graphic design, and computer aided design, whatever it is. Because there is actually, so because of the whole COVID thing and the way the workforce has shifted and everything, there's a lot of investment going into the retraining of the workforce for the future, for the economy, because there's a massive gap. You have a lot of us people who do not know how to handle the technology that's being deployed into the business space in today. A lot of people don't know how to use Zoom. Let me start with that basic one. A lot of people don't know how to use Zoom. This is my second time using StreamYard, and I'm a tech person. I mean, you get, so if I would, so a lot of people do not know the technologies that are on ground, so they have to go and learn those things. And then so some people were not even on Instagram and Facebook prior to the pandemic. It's because the pandemic happened that they now needed to go online. And I was amazed at the number of persons that I had to help put on platforms like Instagram and Facebook and LinkedIn and all those kinds of things. We think sometimes that people are on the internet. There's internet penetration, but then there's also social media penetration. There are two different things. So people are on the internet, but people are not on social media. And social media is where your consumers are. Social media is where your customers. That's where the market is. So you don't go sell. You don't go put your store somewhere and then go and start trying to grab the market there. You go to where the market is and plant your store there. People are on social media. All you need to do is just go there, put your products, disguise the way you market it. I'm using the word disguise because if you go on social media and just hit it people's face like that, it won't really, they'll feel offended. You want to come to them on a personal level. And I think, to be honest, social e-commerce is really the trigger for the Nigerian space. It's really the trigger. If you really want to make it as a business, figure out how you can leverage social e-commerce. Why is it important? Because we are very social people. We like interactions. We want to be pricing and talking to the people that we're buying stuff from. We want that personalized connection. We want that feeling like I know the person that's selling this thing. That's what we want. That is a typical Nigerian business called consumer. They want Madam Felici, now you be this. Even if it's online, they want to have that sort of personal interaction. So social media is just the perfect platform for you to do that.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So if you don't have anything to start with the free things, right? Start by learning the skill, right? You made mention of the guys in the comedy industry, and they're hitting it big on social media, right? Brother Shaggy, all of these guys, right? So if you don't have special talent like comedy, you could learn a skill, right? I was going through Google the other day, and I found out that there's actually a particular course that is free of charge, and it gives you a certificate. It's a Google course, right? I won't tell you, go and Google it. You'll find it will give you free certificate, right? And you can upload that on LinkedIn, right? So start from somewhere, learn if you don't have a skill. Now, when you have that skill, create a community around it. Go on social media and start something. Teach other people for free. Offer this the skill for free, and from there you get people who are interested in what you do, and if you're good enough, they pay you, to start. And that's how it all starts. You just have to start with the little that you have. Thank you so much. And one thing that he talked about today is making sure that you interact with your customer. Make sure that you're not just putting out a product, but at the same time you're there with your customer. There's a connection. There's an emotional connection between your products, or between you and your customer. Thank you so much. Please, how can we reach you, Mr. Patrick? Is there something you're offering us? Okay. How do we reach you? Social media, or
So you can follow me on Facebook, Instagram, at PMNDifon, PMNDIFON. So PMNDifon, that's my Facebook page, and then on Instagram as well. You can also follow me there as well. So I'm in the process of actually developing content around WordPress development, helping people to build websites with WordPress. It's pretty simple, very easy. And then I'm also working on so my platforms. Basically, what I try to teach is how people can create business models for their businesses, innovative business models for their business, for their products, for their services. How they can also take this product and services, outside of the country, not just necessarily selling it to Nigerians, but selling it to the rest of the world. So that's the sort of stuff I focus on my work.
Thank you so much.
On Instagram.
Amazing. Please reach out to him on Instagram, and on Facebook is PMDifon, PMNIDMDIFON, PMDifon. On both on Instagram and on Facebook. And get in touch with him if you have questions for him. If there's something you need to learn from him, reach out to him. Thank you so much, Mr. Patrick. It's a great time. It's been a great time with you. Thank you so much. Hello, guys. Thank you for staying tuned. And on the next session, we have Mr. Niyi Shonika. Mr. Niyi is an amazing man. He has done a lot of things. He currently, there's a book that I actually bought the book. I have it there. Let's see. Okay, yeah, sorry. I think how to earn a fee from what you do for free. This book will change your life. The testimony from different people, various people across the world. So he will be on board. Stay tuned. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in the next 5 minutes.
Soyinka, personal development and success coach. Ni Soyinka, fondly called the Success Catalyst, is a business coach, corporate trainer, and lead strategist of BIG Short Consulting Limited, a human resource development firm. He shares a deep passion to empower individuals and corporate institutions to discover, develop, and deploy their potential for maximum income, impact, and influence. Ni Soyinka has facilitated training sessions for several public and private institutions, including Federal Capital Development Agency, FCDA, Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, FMBN, Coca-Cola, Godson and Hanson Limited, Cafe Le Bugatti, Royal Delicia, among others. He has also conducted hands-on training sessions for Click on Kaduna, a Kaduna state government program in partnership with the World Bank Group and the Rockefeller Foundation to promote digital skills among young people. An alumnus of the prestigious Daystar Leadership Academy, Lagos, Soyinka also holds an MBA in Human Resource Management and has several years' experience in the banking industry. He is an associate member of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, CIPM, and the Nigerian Institute of Management, NIM. He holds an MBA in Human Resource Management. Twice weekly, Soyinka shares his insight on Castle 98.5 FM and Invicta 98.9 FM. He also appears weekly on KSMC TV, also streamed on StarTimes TV and Free TV. His weekly broadcast, 60 Seconds with Ni Soyinka, has had tremendous impact on people. Ni Soyinka is also a TEDx curator. He's committed to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 1. No poverty, 4. Quality education, and 8. Decent work and economic growth. With hundreds of speaking engagements every year, Soyinka is a sought-after trainer and change catalyst. Today, he hosts the Public Speaking and Effective Communication Masterclass in Kaduna, as well as online with participants across the world. So far, the platform has helped hundreds of people speak with utmost confidence and overcome the fear of public speaking. He's the author of the best-selling book, How to Earn a Fee from What You Do for Free, Making Big Money from Your Skills, Ideas, and Talents. He is married to Abiodun, a certified personnel psychologist and a prolific fashion designer at Feyi Creations. They are blessed with 2 amazing children, General David and Ambassador Daniel. Please make welcome Ni Soyinka.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Welcome to the studio.
Incredible.
Mr.
Incredible.
Mr.
I'm super excited. Super.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Awesome. I mean,
Amazing,
your book just
brother.
hit 1,000, 1,000 buyers yesterday. That was, I mean, that's mind blowing.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for all the value that you
Thank
give. Thank you so much.
Thank
The floor is for you, sir. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me, Liberty. I hope you can hear me. Hello, I hope you can hear me, sir.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Let me be sure you can hear me so I know I'm not speaking to myself.
I can hear you. Okay, I think let's check the comment section. If you can hear us, yes, yes, type yes in the comment section. Humphreys is say
beautiful. If you can hear us.
Awesome. They can hear you.
Awesome, beautiful. Thank you so much, Liberty, for all that you do. I'm super excited to be here. I want to thank you for convening this amazing conference. All right, it's not every day you get conferences like this for free. So Liberty, kudos, man, kudos. Nice job, fantastic job you're doing. I want to celebrate your team as well, Precious, and all of the other people who are doing tremendously with this program a success. So in the next 45 minutes thereabout, I want to share with us. I want to celebrate every speaker who has spoken ahead of me and who will speak subsequently. I value every one of you. Thanks to Liberty for having us all together here. Of course, and to you who is the MVP, yeah, who are the MVP I'm talking to right now, they are you listening to me and watching us out there. You guys are the most valuable players, and we celebrate you. All right, so very important today, I'm going to be sharing with us, or I'm going to talk to us on how, all right, to earn a fee from what we do for free in the new economy. So simply, my topic is free to fee in the new economy. Right? It's no longer news that COVID has had a toll on the economy, on the family, on a lot of people. Right? COVID-19, particularly right now, has distorted a lot of things. Right? People, it was just an unprecedented incident or an epidemic that has happened to our world. And for me, one of the things I started saying last year is that our world will never remain the same again. Things have changed completely. All right, our world will never remain the same again. All right, so and one of the things I realized that will be done is that we will experience a lot of speed. And one of the areas we'll experience speed, of course, is in the area of the new economy and in the area of technology. All right, I said to a few people, like a couple of people rather, that in the last couple of years, one of the things we have seen is that we've battered the fourth industrial revolution. Okay, but one thing about the fourth industrial revolution before COVID is that it has not really sunk. One of the things I believe is that truly right now, the fourth industrial revolution will come in with a speed like never before. And that's why it's important that we reskill, that we retool, that we strategize, and that we rearrange our lives and our businesses completely. Right. I want to start this evening by talking about a particular biblical story of a woman whose prophet visited her, and he asked her, Madam, all right, I know your husband is late. I know your husband served God and all of that. And you've complained to me that the creditors are coming to take your children. I understand all of that. But the prophet said to her, the first question he asked her, he said, what do you have in your house? And the first thing the woman said was nothing. Now, that is very instructive. The first thing that came to her mind was nothing. I know she said certain things subsequently, which I will explain in a moment. But the first thing that occurred to her was nothing. And that's perhaps the story of many of us out there, all right, many of us around, right? When we are asked what value do we contribute, one of the things that we look at is that, I'm not better off than anybody. What really do I have? Everybody's doing what I'm doing. So there's nothing. So that was her first question. But somehow she said something immediately afterwards and said, except, but. And that's the but I want to talk about, right? You may think you have nothing, but there's still but. There's still that but. There's still an exception. All right. She said, but a jar of oil. Then the prophet didn't waste any time. He said, bring it right now. That is where your miracle lies. That's where your breakthrough lies. That's where your money is. That's where your finances is. That's where your business is. That's where your wealth is. And that's exactly what I want to tell somebody out there. That thing that you seem to commonize, that thing that seems very little, that thing that seems, maybe you've even used it at the time you were asked not to do it again, and all of those things, they didn't matter much, just like they didn't matter to that woman. I can tell you that in the new economy, perhaps you need to revisit those things. All right, so don't have that mindset of nothingness. Have the mindset that you have something, because like somebody will say, what you have is big enough. I think it was John Obidi. All right, what you have is big enough. All right, so I want to continue this evening very quickly by telling you a few tragedies that I realized on the earth. All right, a few tragedies. The first tragedy is the tragedy called death. Right, the death of a loved one. All right, the death of a sibling, the death of a parent. Nobody loves to lose anybody. All right, all of us, everybody wants to live long, not even your grandparents. We don't want to lose our grandparents, not to talk of our siblings, our friends, our family relatives. So one of the major tragedies, and I'm sorry, I don't want to stoke any emotion this evening. I just want to drive home a point. All right, so the first tragedy I realized upon the face of the earth is the tragedy called death. I mean physical death. The second tragedy is actually what dies in people while they are alive. Okay, how do I mean? All right, a lot of people have giftings on their inside. A lot of people have certain abilities on their inside. However, for many reasons, best known to them, they refuse to explore it, maybe because of ignorance or possibly because they are just lazy about it. I'll say that again. Perhaps because of ignorance or basically because they are just lazy about it. And so you have a lot of things on their inside they cannot explore. That's a tragedy. Can you imagine somebody who has so much wealth on his inside, but his inability to explore it is making him poor? That's the second tragedy. So number one tragedy is physical death. The number two tragedy is what dies in one while still alive. No wonder the great late Dr. Miles Monroe said that the richest place in the world is not the gold mine in South Africa, it's not the oil well in Kuwait, it's not the oil well in the Niger Delta in Nigeria, but the richest place in the world is next door in your compound. It's just beside your compound is the cemetery. All right, because in there are a lot of unsung songs, there are a lot of unwritten poems, there are a lot of unwritten books, there are a lot of things, a lot of painted artworks are there right in the cemetery. No wonder he said that's the richest place in the world. Now the third tragedy, which will be my emphasis tonight, is actually this set of people have found their abilities, they found their giftings, they know they are skilled, okay, they are highly talented, they've converted their skills into something probably that is worthwhile. However, okay, they are not able to earn in commensurately to the abilities that they profess. How do I mean? So you can imagine somebody who is a good graphic artist, somebody who is a fantastic programmer, somebody who is an amazing artist, so good. However, okay, you cannot juxtapose their goodness with the money and the command, and that's a tragedy. That's one major tragedy I want to address tonight, and that's why I want to talk to you about changing it from being free to fee. So very quickly today, I want to start, and I'm actually speaking, Liberty mentioned about my book, so I'm just speaking basically from thoughts from there that will help you and shift you forever tonight. Okay, so I'm going to divide my talk into three major segments. Okay, the first segment is what I call the discovery stage. The second segment is what I call the development stage. The third segment is what I call the deployment and the duplication stage. If you can hear me loud and clear, please let me know that you can hear me, and perhaps you can state these on the screen so that I can know that you're with me. Number one is the first segment of my talk this evening is the discovery stage. The second segment is the development stage. The third segment is the deployment and the duplication stage. All right, so drop it in the comment if you can hear me loud and clear. So how do you discover these things that you do for free? I don't want to assume that everybody here is on the same space. Okay, okay, beautiful. Thank you, Soma. All right, yeah, beautiful. So I don't want to Soma, thank you so much. All right, so I don't want to believe that everybody listening to me or watching me out there is at the same stage. Okay, beautiful, Humphrey. All right, beautiful. Okay, so the first thing I want to share with you on discovery, I'm going to teach like a teacher this evening, so follow me very carefully. Remember, the first stage is the discovery stage. So under it, all right, I want to talk to you about the power of questions, right? The power of questions, okay? I truly believe that one of the greatest tools for succeeding, one of the greatest tools for earning a fee from what you do for free in the new economy is your ability to ask questions. I truly believe that in the English lexicon, some of the most powerful words ever formulated are the words why, where, when, how, with. Did you hear me? Those are probably some of the most incredible words on the face of the earth. Why, when, where, when, how. All right, very powerful. Okay, so this is very critical. And so the power of question, it's very important. I came across this truth a few years ago and it changed my life forever. Okay, so you want to ask a question. In fact, it was believed, I read a story once that in the Silicon Valley, it is believed that innovation, that breakthroughs and innovations are birthed in the place of questions. I'll say that again. Breakthroughs and innovations are battered in the place of questions. So somebody see a product and say, why not? Why can't it become like this? All right. Why is it like this? Okay. When was it like this? Very powerful. So you can literally change the course of your life overnight by asking powerful questions. Can I give you another very important story, another biblical story? Permit me. Okay. There was this story of a group of lepers who were ostracized. They were taken out of the city. They were saying, you guys, because those days in Israel, right, people who were lepers they are not clean. So it's either they put a bell on their legs, and when they are walking, people know that lepers are coming and they run away, or they ostracize them. So at this time, they were ostracized into this outside of the city gate. And somehow there was famine in the land. And these guys, these 4 lepers, sat down and said, you know what? Okay, if we go back into the city, they will roast us dead. In fact, they don't want to see us. They're not thinking about us right now because there's famine in the land. They are so hungry, so they will kill us immediately. They now said, well, if we go into the land of our enemies, they will do 2 things. They will either kill us or they will leave us, right, to leave. But they now said something. They now said, okay, you know what? Why sit we down here until we die? Powerful question. I ran a series during the lockdown for more than 4 months on this. Why sit we here till we die? Did you see that? The power of question. I'm saying to you today that your breakthrough is hidden in the question that you have not asked. Did you hear what I said? Your breakthrough, your next meal, your next fee, your next income is hidden in the question that you are yet to ask, my dear. So you better ask that question. Okay, so these guys now say, why sit we here till we die? They now stood up and went into the city. And those guys who were in the opposition heard their feet as if it was a feet of chariots. As if it was chariots that were moving. And suddenly they ran away. And these lepers took the loot and ate and ate and ate. They only didn't save themselves, they saved an entire nation. Why? Because they asked questions. So can I ask you tonight, probably, okay, you are not earning as you ought to because you are not asking questions. And probably you are not even asking the right question. Okay, so the question you ask are directly proportional to the answers you receive. And listen to me, answers are not far away. Listen, answers are never far away. They are waiting for you to ask the right questions. Powerful, powerful. All right. That's why when you enter a new environment, you ask a particular question and people are shocked. They ask you, where have you been all this while? Why? Because answers are always not far away. It's because you're not asking the right question. So this is very critical. So for instance, in discovering your gift, you want to ask, I can tell you in 1 minute, in 2 minutes, I can tell you how to discover your gift quickly by the power of question. So you want to ask, where am I from? Right? Where am I from? What can I do? Who am I? Where am I from? What can I do? Who am I? What do people celebrate me for? What can I wake up at 1 a.m. to do without any stress? You see, you can literally discover your path by these questions. So questions are powerful. Questions have the ability to change your life overnight. Right? Very critical and very important. Okay. So, and I must say to you that you need to discover these your abilities because you need to save a generation. Listen to me. There's a generation out there who will not succeed until you succeed. Can I tell you for free? All right. I know that if the life was better for you, you would have done better. I know probably somebody said if my parents were richer, all right, I could have been better right now. Probably I would have been abroad. I will not be in this country, this God-forsaken country. Forgive me. I'm not saying Nigeria is a God-forsaken country, but perhaps that's your thought, that I would have probably been better. I would have done better. I would have finished my master's and my PhD. I understand that. But you see, that this reason should also be the particular reason why you save the next generation. Because listen to me, if you refuse to find your purpose, if you refuse to discover these things, truths I'm sharing with you, you will deny many a path to trail. Did you hear what I said? If you refuse to find your purpose and find your path, you will deny many a path to trail. So discover your abilities, discover your gift. Can I tell you one more thing? Because of my time, before I move to the second segment of my talk, another way to discover those abilities and those treasures you do for free and you can earn a fee from them in the new economy is the power of hunger. Tony Robbins said one time that he has learned a lot of principles in life. He has learned about goal setting. He has learned about business. He has learned about every other thing. But he said one of the greatest principles that he has learned is what is called the power of hunger. Did you know that the Wright brothers who made the aeroplane, the first machine that moved in the air, the aeroplane, the Wright brothers, all right, did you know that they were actually bicycle repairers? Okay, but you see, there was something that was they were hungry. See, did you know at about the time they were discovering or they discovered the aeroplane, they were not the only people. In fact, they were the least people thought, because there was another group of people who were paid thousands of dollars to make this discovery. But the Wright brothers didn't have that opportunity. But there was something they had. They had an hunger, an almost insatiable hunger for more. Oh, I know you love IQ. They say your intelligence quotient will determine who you become. Some said, no, leave IQ, leave IQ. IQ is archaic now. Let's talk about EQ, which is your emotional intelligence. That's beautiful. Your IQ is great. Your EQ is great. But can I tell you what they really don't tell you? They don't tell you about HQ. Do you know what HQ means? Do you not know HQ is not headquarter, my dear? HQ is your hunger quotient. All right. So you can have the greatest IQs in the world. You can have the greatest EQs in the world. But if your HQ is not there, then you may not be able to make the best of your life. So how hungry are you? How hungry are you? How hungry are you? Very critical and very, very important. So quickly, let's move to the second stage. If you're getting value, one more time, let me know that you're getting value. Because I'm really enjoying myself as well tonight. Let me know you're enjoying me too. Okay, so the second stage, all right, in converting what you do for free into a fee, okay, is what I call the development stage. All right, so let's leave that stage and move to development. See, it's not enough to have found these things. It's not enough to have found these abilities, these giftings on your inside. You need to discover them. And let me give you a very practical example. Just imagine you went into the market. I don't know where you're tuning in from, but let's imagine you went into the central market in your vicinity. And suddenly you say, guys, I need goat meat. Give me goat meat right now. And so they said, okay, you want goat meat? Take goat meat. Now, you now said, okay, you know what? Don't put it in the nylon. Don't put it in any leather. I want to begin to eat the goat meat as raw as it is. Do you know what will happen? A lot of people will run. They will say there's a carnivore in town. There's a cannibal in town. We need to get out of here. We need to get out of here. Now, that's exactly what happens to a lot of people who have discovered their raw meat. It is still raw. It is not edible. Oh, it is still raw. It is still edible. So you need to develop it. You need to develop it. And one of the first, so what do you do with your meat? You take it home. You wash it. When you finish washing it, what do? You parboil it. Okay, and probably you want to add some curry, some condiments, all right, and you begin to perceive the aroma, or you are the one who wants to barbecue it. Okay, so what you have done is to make it attractive. That's what I want to talk about in the stage of development. So one of the stages in development is what I call the power of process. There's a generation out there who doesn't want to undergo process. They want it sharp. They want it quick. My dear, all right, process is very critical in this your journey, in this our journey, because you know one thing what process will do for you? Process will make you, it will make you, okay, master those treasures that you have. It will make you a master. And number two, it will also enable you such that when you lose that thing, for instance, maybe an accident happens and you lose that thing that you've held dear, okay? One of the things that will help you bounce back is because you've gone through the process. So, because the truth is this, if I have gone through the process of a thing, it will be easier for me to recover. This is very important. So never run away from the process. I know the process is tough. I know the process will cause you to burn midnight candles. I know the process will make you to sweat. I know the process will make you to spend. But my dear, eating in the process is a treasure. Eating in the process is greatness. Do not run away from the process. No wonder Jim Rohn said, it is better to know how to make $1 million than to have $1 million. All right, and I agree with him completely. He said it is better to know how to make $1 million than to have $1 million. You know why he said so? Very powerful. He said so because if you have $1 million right now, I give you $1 million, there's a tendency that even this night you can lose it for many reasons. However, if you know how to make $1 million, you will make it again and again and again. Process is very important in this journey. Did you know King Solomon said something once, and this will bless you, this will impact you. He said, the lazy man does not roast what he take into hunting. I'll say that again. The lazy man does not roast what he took into hunting. He took from hunting. That's very powerful. I thought a lazy man is somebody who didn't go to the farm. I thought a lazy man is somebody who sits at the comfort of his house and say nothing will happen. I thought that was a lazy man. But Solomon gives us a redefinition of who a lazy man is. He said a lazy man is a person who has gone to hunt. He's gone to hunt for a lion. However, he does not roast it. Wow. What a laziness. And that's exactly why what some of us are going through. We're lazy because we are not able to convert those things by the power of process. Now, the second key to our process, I know you want to hear me talk about how to really convert this free. You are saying out there, I've done a lot of things for free. Insurance can help me to turn it into free, to a fee in the new economy. I've done so much things for free, but I want to begin to earn from it. I will go there in another 5-10 minutes. Just follow me carefully. I've got about 20 minutes to go. Okay, beautiful. All right. So the second stage, remember the first stage under development is what I call the power of process. The second stage is what I call becoming a ritualist. Now you cannot run away. You can see my 2 fingers in the air, all right? 2 fingers in the air, 2 arms in the air. I don't have any meat. I don't have any blood. I don't have any knife on me. So I'm not, I don't want to make you become a ritualist in the sense of a ritualist, okay? But there's a power in becoming a ritualist. Let me tell you what I mean by a ritualist. A ritual is simply what you do repeatedly. A ritual is simply what you do daily. So a lot of people have said, your future is in your hands. I agree completely. Some others have said, no. Your future is on your inside. I also agree. Some said, no, your future is tied to your past. I also agree. Some say, no, guy, your future is in the hand of God. I agree. Some say, calm down. Your future is in tomorrow. How many things did I mention? 5 things. Some people say your future is on your inside. I agree. Some say your future is in your hands. I agree. Some say your future is tied to your past. I agree. Some say your future is in the hands of God. Follow God carefully. I also agree. Some say, no, sir. Your future is in tomorrow. I agree with all of these 5 elements. But let me tell you what you are not told. Let me tell you what we are not told. We are not told that truly your future is hidden in your daily routine. Did you hear that? Your future is hidden. My future is hidden in the things that I do daily. So show me what you do daily. Show me what you've done in the past 7 days daily. And I can predict your future with some measure of accuracy. So why did I say become a ritualist? Listen, with this truth, you can change your life in 6 months. You can. So I believe there are undergraduates listening to me and probably people who didn't love the course that they read in school. Can I tell you this? Study it and probably finish. But you see, even while you are studying now, you can go on YouTube. You can go a lot of courses online right now. And in the space of 6 months, in the space of 1 year, you can change your life by 180 degrees. I mean, you are going north before. You were headed north. But by applying the power of rituals, you can begin to head south. This is very powerful and critical. I've seen people literally change their life by this truth. You can change your life in a season by doing certain things consistently. So you can decide that every 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. every day for the next 6 months, I want to study in this area. I want to bury my head in this area. You gain expertise, all right? Very powerful. Another way is to become a volunteer. A lot of people don't want to hear this. Is to become a volunteer. Volunteering is powerful. When you volunteer, see, what you do is that you are learning the rope. Okay, remember, I'm still laying a foundation. All that I'm doing right now is laying a foundation. Okay, all right, I'm going to hit the nail very soon, pretty soon. Okay, so the third step, remember, in the development process, I said, number 1, you need to follow the process. Number 2, you need to become a ritualist. Number 3 is that for you to develop that thing you do for free, okay, is that you need to volunteer. You need to volunteer. Very powerful. A lot of people, the great master said once, he said, who amongst you want to lead? Who amongst you want to become king? Let him first become a servant. See, one of the greatest routes to leadership, one of the greatest routes to greatness is to become a volunteer, is to serve wholeheartedly. Who are you serving? Okay, very critical and important. And when you serve, you are learning the rope. When you serve, some of the mistakes that your predecessors and your mentors have made, you will not make them. It's important in this journey. Look for a place, look for someone who you can bury your head under and you can become a mentee. That's how to grow. That's how to accelerate. These things are not far-fetched. We are not just willing to bow our heads and grow. Okay, the last thing under the process, under the second stage of development is what I call, all right, your ability to make a product or a service. So I'm hitting my subject right now. So follow me carefully. Follow me carefully. All right. So how do you convert what you do for free to a fee? You've laid all of this foundation, right? Right? You've laid all of this foundation. How do you now convert what you do for free and you want to begin to earn a fee? One of the basic things to do, remember, under development, is to develop a product or a service. Very powerful. A lot of, as simple as this truth is, a lot of people are missing it. And this will help you in this new economy that we're going, all right? Because it's on your inside. You can find it on your inside. So let me explain to you very carefully. You want to earn a fee from what you do for free, convert it into a product or a fee. So what I'm saying is this: you are good. You've now gained expertise, right? You are so good. Okay, let's just make a very practical example. So you can sing well. When you sing well, some of us are just late. Some of us catch goose pimples. And some of us are just saying, whoa, what an angel is this singing. You see, so you sang well. Although we love how you sing, although we like how you sing, we cannot carry you individually to our houses and say, begin to sing for us every morning, begin to sing for us every night. We cannot do that. The days of slave trade are over. Even if there was slave trade, we would not have done that. Okay, so you know what you need to do. So you can actually be in the homes of everybody at the same time. How? Convert it into an EP, convert it into a CD, convert it into a digital material. And then the same you who sang and everybody feels good, everybody can also feel you in their destination. This is very powerful. That's why you want to earn a fee from what you do for free in the new economy. What product are you bringing on the table? What service are you bringing on the table? This is the minimum key to earning a fee from what you do for free in the new economy. Converting those giftings and those treasures, those skills on your inside, converting them into basically a product or a service. Because we cannot eat you, but we cannot buy you, but we can buy your product and your service. Nobody really wants to buy you. They want to buy your fruit. They want to buy the value that you bring on board. Did you hear that? Nobody really wants to buy you. They want to buy your value. They want to buy the product and the service that you bring on board. This is critical and this is important. So if you have not developed the product or your service, this is the key to earning a fee from what you do for free in the new economy. Powerful, powerful, powerful. Okay. Now, having said that, so somebody is saying that, oh, Nee, you have taught me a major secret tonight. Nee, after this summit on Sunday, I'm going to rush and going to develop some product and service. And on Monday morning, I will begin to push it out. Before you do that, let me give you a caveat to what I said. Listen, it is true. That's what you should do. But can I tell you, before you do that, you should also go to the market and ask her what she wants. Now, if I'm not listening to before, listen to me very carefully, because I'm going to make one of the most powerful statements I've made tonight. Listen to this very, very carefully. Okay? So you've decided, okay, now I want to make my CD. But you see, this is where a lot of people miss it. Say, okay, Ni Shoinka, Liberty, John Obiri, Emmanuel Ape, all of these guys have taught us, I want to develop a product right now. Fine. But please, before you do it, there's what we call a starving market. There's what we call a testy market. There's what we call a starving crowd. There's what we call a testy crowd. This is a very powerful principle. So although you know that you need to make a CD out of your voice, although you know you need to make an audio program out of your programming, although you know you need to make a video on Camista, listen to me, dear, don't make it. Go to the market, because you are not the one that will consume this product. You are not the one that will consume this service. So go to the product and ask her, to the market rather, ask her what does she want. So let me give you a practical example. I have two boys. So let's imagine that all of us, we are not online now. All of us are in a small room. And in that room, we are choked up. In that room, we are thirsty. In that room, we are really thirsty because the place is stuffy. Then suddenly my 3-year-old boy and my 1-year-old boy just knock into the room and comes into the place and greets his daddy and say, Daddy, you're with your friends at the Citrak Summit. Oh, Daddy, that's good of you. But I can see all of you guys are sweating. Then they just lift some water bottles and say, you see, guys, how much this water bottle, how much do you think they sell it outside? Some of us, we say 200. Some of us, we say 100 naira and all of that. It depends on where you are listening from. Probably $1, okay, or $2. Then suddenly, my children now said, you know what, Daddy, we're not looking at your face. Today, we want to sell this water at 1,500. We want to sell it at $100. See, Did you know that a lot of us will rush that water without thinking of the price? You know why? Because those boys, they came into a starving market. So it's not that you don't have a fine product. It's just not that you have not created a service. It's because you are not in the starving market, and therefore nobody's patronizing you. So what I'm saying is that you must find your starving market. You must find your starving crowd. You must find your thirsty crowd and your thirsty market, and then develop that product, because it's not you that will eat the product. So think, there's what we call, okay, you need to develop what we call a customer personnel. All right, you need to find it. There's no time to talk about that. I want to move quickly so I begin to round up. I have about 9 minutes, 10 minutes to go. So very quickly tonight, let's go to the last stage of this discourse. The first stage I told you is the stage of discovery. And under discovery, I said number one, you need to the power of question. Number two, I said you need to save a generation. Right. Number three, I talked about the power of hunger. Right, that's the first stage. The second stage is the place of development. Under it, I talked about the power of process. I talked about beyond becoming a ritualist. I talked about volunteering, and I also talked about, developing a product or a service. Now let's go to the last stage, which is the development and the duplication stage. What do you do at this stage? Okay, so you've discovered your abilities. Okay, number one, you've developed them. You've not just developed those abilities, you've converted them into a product or a service. Somebody say, I'm done. No, sir, you're not done. Okay? You need to go to the last stage of deploying and duplicating them. So under this stage, I want to share a few things very quickly. Number one is that you need to be visible. Visible. Somebody type visible. Somebody type visible out there. Type visible. You need to be visible, because you see, it doesn't matter how good you are. It doesn't matter how great you are. As long as we do not know you, it appears as if you are nobody. Now, let me explain to you. I have changed the definition of best. The word best is no longer best. The word best is actually the most seen. So let me explain to you. The word best is actually the most visible. So you have this guy in town A doing extremely well. See, he's the best of the best. He's in town A, however. Then you have another person who is in town B. Is not as good as the guy who's in town A. Remember, town A is so good. The guy in town A is so good, so great with his skill. However, the other guy in town B is not as good as the person in town A. However, the person in town B is visible. It's like a city set. Listen to that word. It's not just a city set on the hill. Don't read it that way. It's a set on the hill. It's a city positioned on the hill. So because this guy who is in town B, although he's not as good as the guy in town A, however, he's showing up, is visible, we can see him more, we term him as the best. So the best is not always the best. The best is the most available. The best is the most visible. So this is very critical in your journey. You must be visible. I know somebody out there is saying, we are shy people in our place. We don't like to shout. We don't like to disturb anybody. Nobody disturbs us. Let me tell you, in this new economy, my dear, you need to show up. You need to show up, and you need to show off. Did you hear what I said? I'm deliberate about those choice of words. You need to show up consistently, and you need to show off. Show yourself. Show yourself. Tell somebody, oh, you cannot listen, but give somebody an e-punch. Tell them, show yourself. Show yourself, guy. Show yourself, lady. Show yourself. Come out. Display. Tell us what this false sense of humility that I don't want to show myself is not truly humility. Some of the most proud people are the most gentle people. So the fact that you are gentle and humble doesn't mean you are humble. It may be that you are even the greatest proud person. But see, you want to duplicate and deploy those abilities you have discovered in this new economy, my dear, you need to show up like never before. You need to show up, and show up daily. Show up consistently. Show up. Very critical in this journey. Be visible. See, let me tell you this. Be very intentional about being known. Oh, see, make it a personal project. I love this. Make being known. See, I'm not talking about some rubbish show off. I'm not talking about some rubbish, some grandiose stuff. No, I'm saying you have value. So you must make it a project that me, Shoyinka, I want to be known. Oh, because you see, if there are cultists out there Those guys who do bad things out there in this 21st century, they are not ashamed. They do it shamelessly. They do it without any sense of guilt or fear. And they want to introduce bad things. So how much more you who has the good news? How much more you who has value? How much more you who has substance? Come on, come on, come on. Bring it out. Show yourself. Show up, show off, show yourself. As long as you're confident on what you have. As I begin to cost home right now, the other thing about duplication and deployment is what I call your marketing and your selling ability. Oh, you must be shameless. Liberty just told you that in the last, I'm a first-time author. So interestingly, this book behind you, I'm a first-time author, and to the glory of God, we've done 1,000 copies in just a few months. Okay, and that's incredible, isn't it? Why? Because one of the things that I did was that I market this book literally every day. I do it shamelessly. If you are tired of me, then get out of my face. You are not the one I want to see. You must be shameless, my dear, my dear, my dear. You must be shameless about what you sell. Don't be shy. Don't be shy about what you sell. Don't be shy about the value that you are bringing on board. Be a shameless marketer. Listen to me. You may have a chief marketing officer in your business, but listen, you must be the chiefest marketing officer. Listen, your money is not in your product. Oh, somebody say, I've made the best product in the world. Somebody say, I have the best service in the world. But listen, your money is truly not in your product or service. Your value is in your market. So you must sell. So you may have a marketing officer for your business, but you must become the chiefest marketing officer. You must become his chiefest marketing officer. Right? All right. So market, sell, trade, show out shamelessly. Be shameless about selling. Oh, every day on my status on Facebook. If you want to tell me I'm boring, of course you need to tweak it. See, there are many ways to sell. Let me say a few things. Number one, you need to use copywriting languages. All right, you need to use storytelling. So let me give you a practical example of marketing. So we are not just marketing anyhow. I said I should just market shamelessly. Okay, let's go. Now, be very careful. Be very careful. Let me strike a balance. See, that's what we call copywriting. By copywriting, we don't mean COPRIGHT. That's a legal term. We mean COPYWRITING. All right, copywriting. Okay. So what we mean is this. So there are two guys who wants to sell. They want to sell their products. Okay. So they want to sell you. So one of them said, okay, he titled his seminar, How to Make Money from Your Phone. That's what he said. How to make money from your phone. The other person made his title, How I Made 300,000 Naira in 24 hours from my BlackBerry, and how you can do the same. Remember, the first one said, how to make money from your phone. Come from our seminar. The other one said, how I made 300,000 Naira in 24 hours from my BlackBerry, and how you can do same. Tell me, who will you go for? Just tell me, who will you go? That's strategic. So the languages you use, the words that you use, you must be deliberate and intentional about them. Sometimes also you need to use the power of storytelling. Tell stories. Give illustration. I sell by telling stories. All right. You've done a free seminar. Okay, it's free. Fine. That's how to start. But ensure that they do not go free until they give you a feedback. Use that feedback for your next seminar that will be paid for. Did you get the wisdom? Right? You did it for free. One of the minimum they can do to you is to give you a feedback. And when they give you a feedback, you need to use it the next time, right? To sell, to market. This is very critical, and this is very important in your job. Use storytelling. Use the power of content marketing. Very critical. Another thing you can do to duplicate and deploy your abilities is what I call the power of digital marketing. As I begin to round off, the power of the digital space. Oh, we've sold 1,000 copy plus in a few months as a first-time author, but I can tell you for free that one of the areas that we've leveraged so much is the digital space. Just imagine if there was no digital. See, it was Zig Ziglar that said that there are 7 areas in the life of a man. All right, the relational life, the spiritual life, your health, your career. Mention all of them. All right, but he didn't mention something I added to it. He didn't tell us, of course, because he wasn't living in those days. There's the 8th I mentioned. He said there are 7 areas in life: social life, spiritual life, mental life, your career life, your health, and all of that. Can I tell you the 8th one is your digital life. Oh, that's a life on its own, because people are actually literally living on the digital space. So you must have a digital footprint. You must be intentional about what you put out there. Don't be like people who, when they go out there, all they do is bomb things, falling in the gutter things, hitting things. And so you are not there. You sent your CV forward. And people say, okay, let's even Google this guy. He's not here. And the first thing they see is your Facebook page. And the first thing they see on Facebook page is sleeping things or bomb things. My dear, you won't get that job. Right? So be deliberate and intentional. Remember, the internet does not forget. The internet does not forget. So be intentional about what you place there. Look at your footprint. The minimum you can do is to Google yourself. Google yourself and find out what can you find there. So do that. Leverage on the digital space. There's a story of a young man in Kaduna here where I live called Eli Waduba. All right, as I round off, right? He said he loved Kevin Hart, but he's an hyperrealist artist. Okay, I wrote about him in the book. All right, so he said, guys, I've drawn Kevin Hart and it looks so good. Please, I want you to retweet it until he sees it. 24 or 48 hours later, Kevin Hart saw it. And a few months later, Kevin Hart gave that boy 10,000 US dollars. How will this boy have gotten to Kevin Hart from a local place in Kaduna, Nigeria, to somebody in the United States? You never just can tell. Finally, leverage on relationships. Sometimes who you know trumps what you know. Did you hear what I said? Sometimes who you know trumps what you know. So know all that you can. However, you must also remember to know somebody. Who do you know? Who knows you? All right? Who can recommend you? Who can recommend you? You know, I love to say it this way. For those who are not Christians, just indulge me. All right? There's a story in scriptures where we are told that there was a time John the Baptist baptized Jesus. And when he baptized him, you know what he said? There was a sound from heaven, from God. He said, "This is my beloved son, in whom I'm well pleased. Hear ye him." You know what happened? From that day, Jesus blew. Even Jesus blew. Why? Because there was an endorsement from an authority. God literally spoke and the world heard it. And from that day, Jesus blew. They started hearing him. So who can mention your name and you can blow? Because sometimes it's not what you don't know. It's not what you know. Sometimes it's who you know. Right? So marry all of these things together. All right? And you will earn a fee from what you do for free in the new economy. I believe in your future. And I celebrate you. Thank you for having me here. And I hope we can see some other time. Liberty, over to you, sir. I think I beat my time and I'm on point my time. Thank you for having me here. God bless you real good. God bless you real good. I believe you all got value. If you do, share it. What was the thing that you learned the most over here? Is Liberty there? Liberty, are you there, sir? I'm done. I've kept to my time. There's still so much to say. I wrote so much in the book. There's still so much to say, but I needed to keep to my time. And
thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Can you hear me? Thank you so much. Thank you. You've touched on, I mean, almost everything, right? You talked about process. You talked about starting. Even when you've started, you've gotten the process right. You still need to put yourself out there. And there's something a lot of people are doing. They just want to blow. You see someone driving one big car, you don't know how they started, you don't know what they've been through, you don't know how they are getting the money, and you just want to be like that. There's a process to everything. And even the reward itself is not what you get at the end. The reward itself is in the process. Why? Because what if something happens, right? What if you relocate? Will you be able to replicate that same thing? It's the process that teaches you that. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. You're a blessing to us. Thank you so much. You shared a lot. So let's quickly check if we have comments, questions. Fantastic. That is a favor. I got value from the power of ritual. My future is in what I do daily. Discovery, development, and deployment stage. Follow due process. Fantastic. Your presentation skill is up. Thank you, Fire Eagle. Okay, do you have questions, guys? You have questions for him? You should be asking questions right now. This is why you're here. This is why you're here, right? To learn from people, and you might have something bugging you within, and you want to really ask. Someone have shared, a lot of things. Maybe you just pick one particular area that is particular to you, and you want him to explain a little bit, or you have questions relating to what we're talking about today. You can just ask. So let me check the comment section to see if we have any questions. Okay, also from the power of process. Okay, not so much in having millions than in abilities to make millions. Fantastic. Okay, so we have a question from Ogechi Onye. What's the best way to market an ebook as a new author? Fantastic.
Okay, what's the best way? Number one, all right, you need to be out there. First thing, I didn't just we sold 1,000 books, right, in barely 4 or 5 months. Okay, but I didn't start out there. I didn't start out that way. I could have written a book maybe more than 5 years ago, all right, but I needed to some measure of being known. Okay, people. Okay, so one of the things I didn't tell you because of my time is what we call KLT, the popular concept called KLT. All right, people will only patronize you when they know you, when they like you, and when they trust you. Right. So one of the first things you should do is to, like I said, engage on a deliberate on being known, on being liked, on being trusted. Okay, so when you have all of that settled, I'm not saying okay, probably you're just meeting me for the first time, so I'm not saying that everybody knows me. No, 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 no. Me showing guy is still an upcoming guy, as it were. All right, but my point is that okay, you need to establish this first of all, okay, because it's people that know you, that like you, and possibly trust you, that can buy from you readily, than those who do not see you. Yes, those who do not see you know you can actually buy from you, fine, right? But that's the first thing, okay? Make being known, make being liked. Of course, then you must also be very deliberate. I'm just trying to lay the foundation, okay? But we also be very deliberate about your title and your cover. Okay, it's critical. This is foundational. I know probably you have done all of that, but I still needed to lay it out for somebody probably listening to me. Your title and your cover is as important as anything. So ensure that you get that, on board as much as possible. So how do you now market it? But one, you could use email marketing. Okay, you use email marketing. That means you need to have an email list over time. All right, so you could do that. You could use social media to market. Okay, you can also place it on some of those some of their major sites out there who sell ebooks. So you can put it there, right? Quickly, when my book was coming out, we had to get rolling nights do it of my book. Is not the e-copy at all. It's an hard copy, but we did that strategically. So right, you can have those sites. Okay, put your book out there, then project it as often as you can. Milk social media. All right, do Facebook ad, do Instagram ad, make social media. But but like I said, the journey begins from those foundations I mentioned. Your ability of being known, your ability to ensure that your book cover and your title is spot on, is what people want. Is you've beaten or you've understood the principle of the hungry and thirsty crowd. Okay, and I can tell you for free that pushing it on your WhatsApp status, everywhere, talk about it everywhere you go to. Right, talk about it everywhere you go indirectly. Right now, Liberty has helped me talk about my book. I wonder how many people will get the book from tonight. I've also talked about it directly or indirectly. So do it. Talk about it every time. Talk about it every time on social media, on the WhatsApp status, on your Twitter handle, everywhere. Just keep talking about it, and let your friends also do it. What are friends for? Let them share. Let them share. Let them share. So many acts like that you can utilize to market your ebook. So I believe this has helped you, Ogechi.
Fantastic, fantastic. So we have another question quickly. How can you incorporate the daily routine of all you want to learn consistently?
Yeah, powerful. How do you develop routine? Now, one word because of time. You know what one word is? Discipline. No, two words. Let me say discipline. Discipline and an accountability body. I'll explain it very quickly. Discipline is the key. Jim Rohn said, we will all suffer one of two pains: the pain of discipline or the pain of regret. That's what Jim Rohn said. We will all suffer one of two pains: the pain of discipline or the pain of regret. You cannot escape any of these pain at all. The point is this: if you escape the pain of discipline right now, you will meet the pain of regret in the future. Right? However, if you experience the pain of discipline now, you will miss the pain of regret in the future. So one of them at least you must experience. So this is very quick. So discipline is the right word. Discipline is the word here. Discipline is the bridge between where you are and where you desire. Okay, very, very powerful. Okay, there was no time I couldn't explain that. Discipline is about giving yourself an instruction, giving yourself an order, all right, and obeying it. Discipline tells how bad do I want it? Is it a must have? or a nice to have? Do I just want this thing? Or when I have this thing, my life will change? So discipline will help you think around this. So the key word is discipline. Put yourself under, all right? Put yourself under, discipline yourself. Enforce, give yourself an instruction, give yourself an order and obey it. If possible, have a mentor who you can, submit under. I had a mentor one time who said to me that if you fail to do this, you pay some money. So for the pain of the money I will pay, I will do it. So you can adopt that. Then the other thing I talked about is to have an accountability body, have an accountability partner. All right, somebody who will hold your hands. Somebody who you fail to do a task and say, we are together now. That man, now so this thing be, easy. We'll just relax. We're not going to kill ourselves. My dear, you don't have a good friend. Get a friend who will put fire under your box. He said, Summer, what did you say you're going to do at 8 a.m., 1 a.m.? This is 1 a.m. You got to do this, you got to do this. That's the kind of person you need, right? So these two things will help you. Discipline and having an accountability body. They will help you to incorporate a daily routine. But the greatest thing is to have the bigger picture. What's the bigger picture? Then then count the cost. Okay, this is the picture, and this is if I cannot pay the price, I cannot experience that picture. With these few points, I believe you can be able to incorporate. I'm not saying it's easy. Oh my. I can tell you countless number of times where I failed too, and I still fail. But I can tell you, if you do it consistently over time, because you see, how do I put this now? Not doing these things was built over time. A habit, okay, this is the word. We first form our habits, and our habits make us over time. We first make our habits, and our habits make us. So over time, you form an habit of being lazy. It didn't start in one day. It started over time. So discipline too, and this journey too, will start over time. But just ensure that you do it daily and consistently. With those few points, I believe within a few months or a few days, you will be disciplined and get over this. I believe this helped you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, sir. We're almost out of time. Okay, so we have one more question. I think after this, and that's all. This will be the last question. They said, what is the best way to stay motivated? Okay, before then, quick one. How do you network and engage with people online to become personal with them in order to leverage, right? How do you connect with people? How do you nurture and engage them?
Beautiful. Awesome. Number one, ensure that you're a person of value. Ensure that when you go on those space, you're not like anybody. You are not like the Yoruba people who say Gbogbo. All right, Gbogbo. You are not everybody. Ensure that you are unique. Ensure that you have value. You are contributing to that space. Because listen to me. One of the things I didn't tell you again because of time is that there are more people who are watching you than make likes and comments. Put that in your mind. There are many more people who are watching you on that online space than those who are liking and commenting. Almost every day, I find people creep into my inbox and say they've never commented on my post, never liked it. They say, "Nee, you are my mentor. You are doing tremendously well." But imagine, so these guys were not commenting. So number one, be unique. Number two, add value. Number three, okay, go and serve. Okay, before I even talk about go and serve, see how you can enroll for their seminars. See, it's very easy. These things are very easy. Humans, we are all the same. We have this emotional thing within us. So for instance, now, let's say this is Fire Eagle and Summer. So Fire Eagle, I'm just being very practical. So Fire Eagle purchases my book, right? And he wants my ears. Summer didn't purchase my book and she wants my ears. Tell me who I'll give my ears to. Simple. It's Fire Eagles. It's just natural. Everybody thinks that way. Okay, so because you've gotten my product and service, it will be easier to have my ears. Simple wisdom. And I can tell you that's one of the quickest routes. Enter their circle by paying for their seminars and their programs. Then, of course, you can also volunteer. Take it a step further and volunteer. Ask them, what can I do for you? Right? How can I help you? See, the rich also cry. Look for a need and meet. If there's no need, create one. Right? Probably in your niche, their product is not there. Tell them that they can come and sell their product in your area. Fine. Host a seminar and have them in. People want these things. It's just so use these tricks, use this arc, and I can tell you, you can connect with these people. Let me summarize very quickly as I love to. Number one, ensure that you are unique. Ensure that you are adding value to the world. Ensure that you are not posting junk and talking rubbish like anybody. Okay, just be different. Number four, enroll in their courses. Number five, ask them that you want to volunteer, right? And you will get their heart. Like, because people will not give you their hand if you have not gotten their heart. So get their heart first and you'll get their hand readily. You don't need to ask for their hand. When you get their heart, they'll give you their hand automatically. That's the principle. Thank you, Fire Eagle. Thank you, Liberty.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Okay, there's a lot of questions, but you can reach out to him to ask those questions. But before then,
yeah, please do.
How can we reach you, sir? How can we reach you? That's the first question.
Very simple.
Or before then, can you quickly talk about your book? So how can they reach you and get the book? So first, about your book, then how can we reach you to get the book?
Thank you, Liberty. Thank you so much for this opportunity. About my book, what I share with you were basically elements from my book. Like you heard Liberty said, we've sold over 1,000 copies already. It's a best-selling book in Nigeria right now. All over the world, people are requesting for it. Canada, Australia. Just a few days ago, we got the first buy from Australia, Canada, Australia, UK, US, everywhere. All right, Nigeria, almost all the states in Nigeria, we've been having that book. And so basically, I shared with you just maybe 20 to 30% of the insight in that book. Just about 30%. All right. So it's a book to help you earn a fee indeed from what you do for free and to make big money from your skills, your ideas, and your talent. The days of being so gifted and stranded, the days of being so skilled and broke, the days are over. This book helps you to know how. Some people have called it a life manual. Somebody yesterday called it a counselor. All right. So I'll tell you simply how to get this book. It's very straightforward, and that also tells you how you can reach me. It's on my WhatsApp. My WhatsApp, you can reach me on my WhatsApp straight up. No stories, no anky-panky. 070 3457 0310. I'll say it two more times. 070 3457 0310. One more time. 070 3457 0310. Can I tell you for free? All right, because you are here, and for those who will still come around, we are selling the book at 50% right now. So instead of 5,000, we are selling it for 2,500. And for 2,500, I'm going to share with you 4 of my best audio teachings. What's 19,500 naira? You're going to get them for free. One is what I call success systems. Another is what I call passion to profit. Another is leveraging relationship. I talk about it briefly, right? So when you get it, you're going to get these 4 materials, what 19,500 just by paying 50%, 2,500 for the book. But just reach me right now on my WhatsApp and I'll respond to you almost immediately. I love you and I celebrate you. My WhatsApp number is on the screen already. Please copy it and I'll save your number too because I want to become your friend. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And that is it for today. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for staying tuned. Thank you so much. You guys are the MVPs. Thank you so much. We've had Nisho Inkai, who just left now. We had PM Defon. We have Emmanuel Akpe. Now tomorrow is going to be mind-blowing. It's going to be something else entirely. We have amazing. I call her my mom, right? Coming tomorrow. Her name is Remi Wadukun. She's going to be sharing with you how to set up your global speaking career right from your bedroom, right? It's pandemic proof. That's what she should be sharing tomorrow by 5 p.m. You have to be here. We have Real One. He's a good friend of mine, amazing man. He's been to all over the world. He was in Egypt last year, won several awards, and he's an amazing man. He'll be teaching you how to access funding opportunities. Now, people that are looking for money, this is where you need to be tomorrow. How to access funding opportunity with a bankable business plan. How to write a big, good business plan, right? That will get you that money. He is your man. He has done a lot of things, right? And he'll be there with you tomorrow. We also have Grace Kalu, an amazing woman. She recently organized a summit, right? She'll be coming on board tomorrow. She'll be talking about business strategies. How you can you and your brand in the new economy. How do you position yourself, right? Your brand in the new economy. What are the things you need to do, right, for your brand to be relevant in this age? That's what she'll be talking about. Also, we have Ben Allen. Ben Allen is amazing. He's a cybersecurity expert in the US. I think in the UK, yeah, and he'll be joining us tomorrow, right? He'll be talking about cybersecurity, data, and you, right? What you need to learn if you're starting a business. What are the security measures you need to put in place, right, and all of that, right. And on tomorrow we're also having Yemisi Jojo. She's an amazing woman. She's founder of Circle Labs, where they help small business. They have business owners, right? They do a lot of things there. So she'll be talking about how to progress as an entrepreneur in the new economy. So if you're an entrepreneur, you have a business, you're a business owner, how do you progress in this new economy? Be here tomorrow. It's going to be mind-blowing. It's going to change your mind, right? And for those who are still here, who have listened so far, what you can easily do, you can go share your nuggets, what you've learned so far. You can share with your friends. You can post it on social media. Go on Instagram, go on Twitter, and share nuggets, share what you've learned with your friends, and use the hashtag Citrak Summit. That's the first one. The second one is hashtag Citrak Summit 2021. Hashtag Citrak Summit, hashtag Citrak Summit 2021. Right. So those are the two hashtags to promote, to talk about what you've learned. You can also tag our speakers. You can reach out to them, like Nishinka just shared his social media, his WhatsApp number. Feel free to reach out to him, ask him questions, get his book, right, and all of that. So make sure you're here before 5 p.m. tomorrow. It's going to change. It's going to change. And at the same time, before I forget, I need to tell you that we'll be doing giveaways, right? It might happen tomorrow, it might happen next tomorrow, but we can't tell you exactly when. So you have to be available, right? So we've decided to give free website to 3 lucky winners, right? So, and for you to qualify, you have to be available throughout the sessions, right? So make sure you're available tomorrow. It's going to be mind-blowing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining. And we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.